Chapter 2158. Yi Xian stole his first place, but he endured it because he knew that only the strong could occupy the top spot. But what he couldn't accept was Fei Yan. In fact, he had seen Fei Yan's true appearance before, so he became infatuated with her and did everything he could to get his hands on her. This was a training camp, and Fei Yan was also a disciple chosen by the training camp. He couldn't use force, so he could only use other methods. But no matter what method he used, Fei Yan didn't even look him in the eye. Later, he found out that Fei Yan was Yi Xian's maid, so he wanted to get Fei Yan from Yi Xian. But before he could say anything, Yi Xian used the genius list to give him a blow. At this time, no one dared to say anything because they could see that he was angry. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Surnamed Yi, I don't know what powerful family or power you have. Ling Xian Court? This prince doesn't care. The seventh prince of the Divine Night Empire, Yi Lixiu. What kind of existence was the Divine Night Empire? It was the only empire in the 100 realms of Mo Shanggu who was a general by the over-god side. It was easy to imagine how powerful its background was. At this time, Yi Lixiu was looking at Yi Xian from afar. Who knew what he was planning? After Yi Xian returned to his room, he saw Fei Yan take out some ingredients from her yin and yang ring. One should know that once one reached the god realm, it could be said that most people no longer needed to eat. However, there were still many ordinary people in the divine world. These ordinary people naturally needed to eat. Therefore, the divine world also had its own unique food. Is this shadow grass? This is realm powder. 1,000 lotus, 100 flourishing flower. Girl, how many good things did you buy? In fact, because gods rarely ate, they wouldn't eat food that didn't have any special effects. But now, the ingredients Fei Yan took out were all high-quality divine medicines. Their value wasn't simple. Did you buy all these things? Yi Xian asked Fei Yan again. Yes. Fei Yan busied herself and began to prepare. She took out a dozen pill furnaces at the same time. Alchemy furnaces were originally used to refine pills and the like. But when necessary, they could be used to refine ingredients. At this time, the first thing Fei Yan had to do was refine all the ingredients. Don't look at the pile of things in front of Yi Xian. In fact, these things were only enough to make 3 or 4 dishes at most. Hearing Fian's reply, Yi Xian thought of a question. When Yi Xian bought Fian back then, Fian was just a slave. Then, where did Fian get the money to buy these things? Girl, where did you get the divine crystals? At least. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, 3 tests. That. 3. Flying Smoke replied indifferently. However, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. All of a sudden, he came to a realization. Wait a minute, little girl. You mean to say that you've taken the first place in all 3 tests? Since Fian said it so casually and did not care at all, but said that he used points to exchange for ingredients, then, there was only one possibility. Replying to the young master, this little girl has won all 3 first places, so I can get 150 points every month. And these ingredients only cost me 100 points. Yi Xian was speechless. He wasn't speechless because Flying Smoke had used her points to exchange for ingredients, but because Flying Smoke had so casually said that he had taken all the first place. One had to know that in this Mo Shang training camp, there were quite a few capable people. Yi Xian could not understand how Fian was able to monopolize 3 first places by herself. One had to know that these 3 tests were the Comprehensive Knowledge Mastery Test. The contents of the test were the things that they had learned in the past month. This was simple, and it was not impossible to get first place. The second test was a strength improvement test. To put it bluntly, it was a test of how much everyone's strength had improved in the past month. No matter how much, as long as you had the greatest improvement among everyone, you would be able to obtain a reward. In that case, wouldn't Fian be the person who improved the most every month in their 7th division? As for the third test, it was even more complicated. It was a test of comprehensive strength. Everyone would be positioned on a ladder according to their ability when they entered the training camp. That ladder was called the inner camp ladder in the training camp, because the inner camp disciples were also selected based on the performance of this inner camp ladder. On this inner camp ladder, there were all kinds of tests. Among them, the most important was the battle between disciples of the same realm. According to the battle performance, they would be evaluated. Didn't that mean that Fian was also the first in their first division in terms of comprehensive ability? He didn't expect Fian to be so amazing. In fact, Yi Xian had not even gotten first place once until now. Not to mention first place, he was basically at the bottom. Yi Xian could easily win the comprehensive battle, but Yi Xian was too lazy to participate. Well, it seemed that Yi Xian had really underestimated Fian. Yi Xian did not speak anymore, but watched Fian busying herself. He saw Fian use the tricolored divine flame to extract the essence of those ingredients. After that, she used divine water and various special seasonings to blend them. After that, it was time to cook. However, cooking was different from cooking with pots and bowls. First of all, the flames used were undoubtedly divine flames. In order to not lose divine power, the control of details was extremely high. In this way, it involved the fine control of divine sense. Other than that, it also involved the professional technique and ability. It could be said that if one wanted to make a delicacy, it was not something that could be done just by talking. This was an extremely complicated process. Refining pills? In front of exquisite food, there was no comparison at all. However, Fian did it. After about 2 hours, Fian finally finished cooking her food and brought it in front of Yi Xian. "Young master, please eat. This is the heart-clearing porridge, which can permanently strengthen divine sense. This is a mind-seeking beast, and it also has the ability to strengthen one's divine will. As for this dish, it's called the Dragon Phoenix Soup. It uses the hearts of the 3-clawed golden dragon and the crownless phoenix, which can strengthen one's physique." Chapter 2159. Yi Xian looked at the food in front of him, but he was stunned. Good Lord, there was actually such a big deal. What happened to yours? Are you not going to eat? At this moment, Yi Xian saw that Fei Yan had only prepared his own food, but she had not, so he immediately asked. How could this little girl have the fortune to enjoy these precious ingredients? Young master, please eat as much as you want. This little girl has prepared other food. Fei Yan's answer made Yi Xian frown slightly. In name, Yi Xian seemed to be Fei Yan's master, but in reality, Yi Xian had never treated Fei Yan as a slave. Moreover, he had never given Fei Yan anything, but Fei Yan used her harvest to make food for Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was not that thick-skinned. Let's eat together. These are all made by you. If you don't eat them, I'll eat them alone. I'm not that thick-skinned. Fei Yan's eyes flashed slightly. No one knew what she was thinking, but she said. Young master, you should eat quickly. How about this? This little girl promises young master that next time, this little girl will prepare enough ingredients. This little girl and young master will eat together, but this time, the ingredients are not enough. Then, I ask young master to forgive this little girl for not listening to young master's arrangements. It was just a meal, so Yi Xian wouldn't really take it seriously. Since Fei Yan said so, Yi Xian did not hold back. Needless to say, this ingredient could actually strengthen Yi Xian's strength, even though it was very weak. But if it was eaten for a long time, one could imagine. No wonder it was so expensive. Not only was it delicious, but it also permanently strengthened one's strength. As long as one had strength, they would not be polite. After eating the food, Yi Xian went to bed early. After Fei Yan tidied up the house for Yi Xian, she also left. Early the next morning, Yi Xian came to the central square of the training camp. Usually, if there was anything big, it would be held here. Without a doubt, the annual examination award ceremony was naturally a big deal. To be honest, Yi Xian had not experienced an award ceremony for a long time. This Mo Shang training camp was a bit special. Everyone is here, right? Today is the annual reward day of our Mo Shang training camp. According to the usual practice, the person who gets the first place in every exam will receive a special reward. However, this year, a special person appeared in the first division. His reward belongs to another category, while the second place can receive the first place reward. This special person is Yi Xian. Now, I will first present this super reward to Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian will receive 1,000 points, 1,000,000 divine crystals, and the right to choose one treasure from the first 3 floors of the treasure pavilion. Yi Xian did not recognize the person who spoke, but as soon as he finished speaking, the entire square went into an uproar. It was Yi Xian again. It was this Yi Xian again. A few days ago, he had become number 1 on the genius rankings and attracted the attention of everyone in the training camp. Who would have thought that at today's award ceremony, he would be the one to receive the super award again? 1,000 points, 1,000,000 divine crystals, this was a huge amount of wealth. Of course, some people might not be interested in these things, but the right to choose one treasure from the first 3 floors of the treasure pavilion was enough to tempt them. Mo Shang training camp's treasure pavilion had 9 floors, but the majority of the disciples could only enter if they performed exceptionally well or if they used their points to exchange for something. The items on the first floor cost 500 points, but the second floor cost 5,000 points. As for the third floor, it was 50,000 points. 50,000 points, Many people completed countless missions and spent hundreds or even thousands of years, only to earn a few tens of thousands of points. In the divine world, the tempo was much faster than the first to 8th heavenly layers. In the 8th heavenly layer, 100,000 years was child's play to those false gods and half-gods. However, in the divine world, many things could happen, and even change the structure of the divine world. Simply put, the divine world was very dangerous, and it was not peaceful. Those who could live for 10,000 years were already extraordinary, those who could live for 100,000 years were already rare existences. Therefore, in the divine world, luck was very important. If one was lucky, one could live for a long time, but if one was unlucky, one could die in 100 years. Therefore, points were very hard to come by in Mo Shang training camp. However, this Yi Xian was actually rewarded with a chance. How could such a huge reward not make people jealous? However, this was not all. When Yi Xian walked up, he heard the mysterious voice of a god. Add one more reward for Yi Xian, let him enter the Void Shadow Pavilion for 1 day. Void Shadow Pavilion. It was actually the Void Shadow Pavilion. Not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the instructors were shocked. No one had seen the owner of this voice before, but everyone knew his identity. He was the camp commander of Mo Shang training camp. Void Shadow Pavilion, that was the Void Shadow Pavilion. What was the Void Shadow Pavilion? In the ancient era, there were countless divine abilities, but most of them were lost. However, even if they were lost, there were still some things left. Some were written records, some were engravings. Among them, the most special and easiest to comprehend was the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion. Even if one comprehended the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion and didn't comprehend the divine ability, it was still very beneficial. So many people dreamed of obtaining it, yet Yi Xian had obtained it so easily. The Inheritance Shadow Pavilion was a place you didn't have the qualifications to enter, even if you used points to exchange for it. Only those who completed special missions or made great contributions to the training camp would be rewarded with it. In fact, most of the time, these people were instructors. Yi Xian had actually been promoted to the Inheritance Shadow Pavilion. Who wouldn't be jealous in an instant? However, Yi Xian didn't even know what it was. With Yi Xian's reward, the others' rewards were practically insignificant. At this time, many people looked at Yi Xian in a different light. This time, there was probably no one in the entire training camp who didn't know about Yi Xian. Of course, there was no lack of trouble that couldn't be avoided. Yi Lixiu's eyes were incomparably sinister as he looked at Yi Xian with killing intent. Go, teach him a lesson. Let him know whose territory this is. Yi Lixiu said to someone beside him. This person was also an inner camp disciple, so his strength was definitely not simple. That person nodded slightly and walked towards the back. Clearly, he was going to make arrangements. After the rewards were distributed, Yi Xian didn't leave, because someone stopped him. Yi Xian, come with me. I'll take you there now. Do you want to go to the treasure pavilion first, or the void shadow pavilion? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then replied, let's go to the treasure pavilion first. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what the void shadow pavilion was, so it was better to go to the treasure pavilion and see what treasures it had. Soon, Yi Xian was brought to the treasure pavilion of the Mo Shang training camp. It was a 9-story pagoda with countless seals on top. There were also several powerhouses guarding it. Halt! What business do you have? A guard blocked Yi Xian's path. Yi Xian's instructor immediately stepped forward. This person's name is Yi Xian. He came here this time to receive his reward. You're Yi Xian? It was obvious that the guard had heard of Yi Xian before. Yi Xian nodded. The guard carefully sized up Yi Xian again before saying, you may enter. Alright, you can go in. You can take one treasure from the first 3 levels. You have 6 hours to choose. After 6 hours, you must leave. Alright, I understand. Was 6 hours a short time? Chapter 2160. He knew that the higher the floor, the better the items. Hence, Yi Xian did not hesitate and went straight to the 3rd floor. When Yi Xian entered, he was immediately attracted by the various treasures. After the Mo Shang training camp's treasure room, there were many good items. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have many that caught his eye. Although there were many treasures here, whether or not they were suitable for Yi Xian's use was another matter altogether. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. Special item detected. Can be used to strengthen the God Slayer. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Can be used to strengthen the God Slayer? It seemed that it wasn't true that there wasn't anything good here. After the system's upgrade, it was much easier to use. If it was not for this notification, Yi Xian might have missed it. Under the guidance of the system, Yi Xian quickly found his target. It was an ancient coin. Yes, it was an ancient coin. A very strange ancient coin. There was only one strange word on the ancient coin. Yi Xian did not recognize it. Or rather, no one could recognize it. System, what is this? Ding! System notification, target specified is one of the ancient 9 spirits divine coins. Ancient 9 spirits divine coins? What was this? Yi Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing before. System, can you tell me in detail what is so special about this ancient coin? Ding! System notification, please take note, the ancient 9 spirits godly coin is not a currency, but a special kind of magic treasure. It just looks like a coin, which is why it got its name. Try it, it is specially used to store faith points. Faith. Hearing this, Yi Xian seemed to understand something. Yes, this was the realm of the gods. Every one of the strong people here was a god. Gods were supposed to be worshipped. However, Yi Xian had been in the realm of the gods for some time, but he had never heard of such a thing. Why was that? The system notification continued to sound. Ding! In ancient times, every god and divine beast had their own believers. The gods used their own abilities to protect their believers, and the believers' faith would transform into a special power to strengthen the gods. This is the fundamental reason why many divine abilities have been lost. However, due to certain special powers and matters, the current divine realm no longer has the power of faith. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a special hidden mission in the divine realm, Rebuild Faith. This mission is accepted by the host by default. This mission is not mandatory, and there are no completion criteria or rewards. Ding! System notification: rebuilding faith will greatly enhance the host's strength. It is recommended that the host complete it with all his might. Not a compulsory mission, and there were no standards for it. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Such a mission was rare. But, the system had already made it clear that this mission wouldn't do any harm to Yi Xian. It would only benefit him. So, of course, Yi Xian would do it. Isn't it just establishing a new faith? That's simple. In fact, those people in Yi Xian's devouring space could also be used to gather the power of faith, right? However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about this, he heard the system notification. Ding! Host, please take note. The power of faith is divided into two types, the power of faith of the divine realm and the power of faith of the mortal world. The values are different as well. Host, please take note. Could it be that the system knew what he was thinking, so it gave him a special notification? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Alright, so the power of faith was divided into two types. Of course, this wasn't a simple matter. Even if Yi Xian wanted to do it, he couldn't do it in a short period of time. So, Yi Xian turned his attention to the ancient coin. Oh right, system, you said that this thing can strengthen the God Slayer. But, why do I feel that the value of this ancient coin isn't that simple? Wouldn't it be a waste to use it to strengthen the God Slayer? Ding! System notification: host, please take note. Every god's power of faith cannot be used by other gods. Although the host can obtain the power of faith left behind by other ancient gods through devouring space, the host can only convert 1/10,000th of the power of faith. It is not recommended that the host use it. So that was the case. It seemed that the power of faith wasn't that simple. Alright, I understand. Since there was nothing else in the treasure hall that was worth Yi Xian's attention, there was no need for Yi Xian to waste any more time. So, Yi Xian took the ancient coin and walked out. Are you sure you want this? The treasure pavilion guard looked at the item in Yi Xian's hand in surprise. It had to be known that they didn't know what this ancient coin was used for. It was only because it contained a powerful force that they placed it on the third floor. Seeing Yi Xian holding the ancient coin, the guard was puzzled. I'm sure, I want this. If that's the case, then fine. You can just take it away. Yi Xian nodded and walked out. However, his heart was filled with sorrow. It seemed that the current gods had forgotten about the power of faith. They didn't even know what kind of power the ancient coin contained. System, do you know the reason for this? Logically speaking, even if the current gods don't collect the power of faith, they should still know. Ding! System notification: in the past, the Annihilation Organization had done many things to target the power of faith. Among them, the greatest achievement was to cut off the inheritance of the power of faith. In addition to the help of other forces, this led to the current situation. It was the Annihilation Organization again. This organization really jumped out whenever something big happened. However, what was the point of other forces? One had to know that no matter what kind of god it was, whether it was a demon god or a spiritual god, they could all wait until the power of faith strengthened them. Who would do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves? Who cares? These were all things from countless years ago. It was too far away from Yi Xian. After walking out of the treasure hall, Yi Xian was brought to the Void Shadow Pavilion. There were special inheritances of ancient matters here. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that there were only 12 Void Shadow inheritances in the Mo Shang training camp. Yi Xian could only choose one of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances. He wasn't allowed to look at the other Void Shadow inheritances. None of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances had been comprehended by anyone. Therefore, these 12 Void Shadow inheritances were basically the same. He knew nothing about them. Other than knowing that they were inheritances left behind from ancient times, he didn't know anything else. So, which one should Yi Xian choose? Yi Xian frowned slightly. This time, even the system couldn't help him. After all, the system didn't know which of the 12 Void Shadow inheritances was better. I choose you. Chapter 2161. You only have 1 day. After 24 hours, you will be forcibly transported out. Take care of yourself. Just as Yi Xian made his decision, a voice rang out. This voice was a little strange, because Yi Xian could not see where the voice was. Needless to say, it was probably the guardian of this place. Yi Xian naturally understood this, so he did not say anything. Most likely, these 12 inheritance phantoms were the greatest assets and wealth of the Mozhang training camp. After Yi Xian walked into the hall of the inheritances, he saw that there was nothing inside. It was empty, and he could not see anything. However, just as Yi Xian was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly appeared, silently showing a battle. The so-called inheritances here were actually just images of a battle. It was no wonder that no one could understand them. If anyone could understand them like this, they would really be heaven-defying geniuses. However, if others could not do it, could Yi Xian not do it? System, record the images and analyze them. Yi Xian said to the system. Yes, he had the system. Then, what could Yi Xian not do? Even if he could not restore the mystique, he should be able to gain something. In the soundless images, a powerhouse in golden armor was like an invincible emperor. He stood proudly in the air, as if he was saying something. Opposite him was a huge army, an army of foreign tribes. Yi Xian had never seen such people before, but he was sure that they were from foreign tribes. The army was huge, probably numbering in the hundreds of millions, and there were many powerhouses among them. However, after the powerhouse in golden armor finished speaking, he waved his hand towards the sky. Then, he seemed to be holding a ball of lightning in his hand. As the powerhouse in golden armor waved his hand, the lightning instantly turned into a powerful mystique that covered the sky and the ground. The entire world was taken over by the lightning. In the sky, on the ground, and even under the ground, countless people were wailing in agony. Unfortunately, it was useless. Wherever the lightning passed, there were no survivors. Although there was no sound in the images, Yi Xian could still feel the immense power. Just how powerful was this divine ability to be able to possess such powerful might? Although Yi Xian didn't know the average strength of this army, at the very least, these people were all able to fly and had all sorts of abilities. Not to mention that they had over 100 million people. Hundreds of millions of people had been insta-killed in one move. Not even a stone on the road or a blade of grass was harmed when he insta-killed those people. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. What kind of power was this? Could it be that this was the so-called divine ability of the ancient times? So strong. He was really strong. Unfortunately, there was only so little of the image, and there was no sound at all. The video repeated over and over again, and Yi Xian watched it over and over again. Yi Xian seemed to be fascinated by it. He kept trying to figure out what kind of secret it held. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out. Of course, the system was also constantly analyzing. Yi Xian did not know how the system had analyzed the situation, and he was not in the mood to ask. His heart had long been conquered by the astonishing power of this divine ability. To be honest, 1 day was a very short period of time. Suddenly, a voice sounded. "Time's up. You can go out now." An enormous force directly took Yi Xian out. Yi Xian did not even have the slightest ability to defend himself. Yi Xian looked at the Void Shadow Pavilion, but he was rather unwilling to accept it. Was it gone just like that? Fortunately, the system had probably recorded it again. However, how could there be 11 Void Shadow legacies? Then, what kind of ancient divine ability was recorded in one Void Shadow legacy? Yi Xian secretly decided that sooner or later, he would take a look at all 12 Void Shadow legacies. Ancient divine abilities, those incomparably powerful ancient divine abilities. How many more were there? Even if he couldn't learn them, Yi Xian would be very satisfied just by looking at them a few times. This kind of power was probably something that no god could do now. Perhaps there were some incomparably powerful gods who could do such a thing. However, Yi Xian didn't think anyone could do such a thing if they didn't want to harm a single flower or a single stone. Yi Xian returned to his room. The two big rewards this time shocked Yi Xian greatly. At the same time, he was full of anticipation. Yi Xian had profited greatly from this reward. As soon as he returned home, Yi Xian asked the system without much expectation, "System, what's the result of your analysis? Can you crack it?" Ding! System notification, insufficient data. System cannot crack it. Although it was within expectations, Yi Xian still felt rather regretful. What a pity. If Yi Xian could learn such a powerful divine ability, that would be awesome. Ding! System notification, host, please pay attention. The system has made some simple analysis and is now going to further strengthen it. The next time the host fuses a skill, the system will automatically add this analysis into the new skill. It seems that the system has gained something. The next time the skill is fused, it will be added into the new skill? In that case, all Yi Xian had to do was wait. When the next skill fusion happened, he wanted to see what kind of good stuff he could get. After toying with the ancient coin for a while, Yi Xian said to the system, "System, since the divine ability hasn't been strengthened yet. System, since there is no result from that divine ability, then let's strengthen the God Slayer first. I want to see what kind of special divine ability this God Slayer, which has the power of faith, can strengthen." Ding! System notification, fusion begins. Ding! System notification, fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The God Slayer has gained a new ability, Soul Devouring. Soul Devouring, when the host uses the God Slayer to attack, there is a certain chance that it will devour the opponent's soul and transform it, turning the opponent into a loyal follower of the host. Pfft! Yi Xian, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. Who would have thought that such an ability would come out of the system? Isn't this a little too awesome? He was clearly fighting with himself, but as they fought, his opponent's soul was transformed? Wasn't this a little too crazy? However, when Yi Xian saw the probability, he was speechless. What the f*ck, this was a completely useless ability. Because the chance of triggering it was 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 was just a probability, not an absolute. In other words, even if Yi Xian slashed 1,000,000 times, it might not trigger. What could Yi Xian say about such a useless ability? He could only say that it was just for show. Of course, if there was a chance in the future, perhaps he could strengthen it. However, from the looks of it, with that 1 in 10,000 chance, how could he strengthen it to the point where it could be used? Forget it, Yi Xian threw this aside and treated it as if he had not gained it. Chapter 2162. The Withered Bone Sword servants were constantly investigating this secret. However, their strength and abilities were limited, so they couldn't find much useful information. It was the same for the members of the Fire Clan. Their strength wasn't enough to come into contact with this secret. As for the news from the 100 Calculation Clan, they didn't report back. Yi Xian asked twice along the way. He only knew that the 100 Calculation clan had already sent people out of Mo Shangji's sphere of influence to investigate, but they still didn't find anything. It seemed that they could only slowly search for Luo's whereabouts. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that the calm on the surface was just the night before the storm. QWPM at this time, a mysterious force had already gathered together for the sake of getting Yi Xian, or even taking Yi Xian's life. Finally, what was going to come would come. On this day, Yi Xian was bored in the training camp. One must know that Yi Xian was only interested in the history of the God realm. If it was about the cultivation of any sacred art, Yi Xian didn't take a fancy to it. However, the originally peaceful days were disrupted by the intrusion of a young girl. Yi Xian Gongzi, quick, come with me. Yi Xian didn't recognize this young girl. Why was she looking for him so anxiously? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Yi Xian Gongzi, quickly come with me. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fian will definitely be taken away by them. What, Fian? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately stood up and rushed out with the young girl. On the way, Yi Xian roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Fian would make food for Yi Xian every half a month. Although a portion of those ingredients were directly exchanged from the training camp, there were still some that were exchanged from outside. Among them, most of the ingredients for the divine beasts could only be exchanged from outside. Today, Fian and this young girl called Luo Qi went to an inn together in order to get the divine beast ingredients that had been ordered long ago. This ingredient was something that Fian had exchanged for in the training camp long ago. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem. However, when they arrived at the inn, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. These people came inexplicably, causing Fei Yan and the girl to be unable to react in time. Luo Qi was only an inferior heavenly god, and Fei Yan was only a deity. The people surrounding them were 5 low-level heavenly deities, 2 mid-level heavenly deities, and 1 high-level heavenly deity. It could be said that they had no chance of winning. At the last moment, Fian used a special method to teleport Luo Qi away. Luo Qi immediately thought of Yi Xian. Because in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a very important figure, and even Fian was only his maid. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly ran over to find Yi Xian. The two of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at the inn. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered around the inn. However, they were all watching and no one interfered. Have you heard? That girl is actually a slave, and the people surrounding her are from the slave pavilion. Not only do the people from the slave pavilion often get some slaves, they also capture escaped slaves. This girl is really unlucky. Looking at her current appearance, she seems to be doing quite well, but who would have thought that she was actually a slave? What a pity. Yi Xian heard the discussion from afar, so he was naturally certain that it was Fian. Damn it! Who said that Fian was a slave? In Yi Xian's heart, he had never, not even for a moment, treated Fian as a slave. Slave pavilion. What a good slave pavilion, who gave them all their strength to capture people. Boom! Yi Xian's figure moved, and he directly rushed into the inn. At this time, a faint restriction was set up around Fian's body. Clearly, this was a defensive restriction that Fian had set up herself. And around her, 8 people were looking at Fian calmly. Hee, lowly slave, I want to see how long you can hold on. It doesn't matter, I have time to play with you. It turned out that outside the restriction set up by Fian, these people had set up a special restriction, which was constantly wearing down Fian's defensive restriction. With the strength of 8 people suppressing Fian, how could Fian resist? Suddenly seeing Yi Xian come in, the person closest to Yi Xian casually said, "Young man, watch the show and stand further away. My slave pavilion is currently capturing escaped slaves, be careful not to accidentally injure you later. I'll accidentally injure your grandpa." Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Once he attacked, it was with all his strength. Deity vanquishing slash. Go to hell. Yi Xian released this sword in anger, without the slightest mercy. Boom. One sword, just one sword, instantly killed that person. Even the rest of the people in the slave pavilion did not have time to react. It was not until Yi Xian killed that those people reacted. Damn it, brat, do you know who we are? But before this person finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Xian. Moreover, it was interrupted with the God Slayer. Boom! It was another sword strike, and it was still as violent as before. Another disciple of the slave pavilion was directly killed on the spot. How could the remaining 6 people dare to be careless? They instantly retreated, pulling away from Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian kill people, the surrounding onlookers all revealed strange expressions, and many people also took the initiative to retreat. However, Yi Xian did not care so much now, but directly attacked. Without even seeing Yi Xian move, he directly broke the restriction set up by the people in the slave pavilion. Girl, are you all right? Yi Xian looked at Fian with concern in his eyes. I've made you worry. This little girl deserves death. What did you say? These people dare to have ideas about you. Come here and help me take care of the girl. I want to kill all these people. Yi Xian said the latter half of the sentence to Luo Qi. At this moment, Luo Qi was already dumbfounded. In her eyes, although Yi Xian's strength had risen to the intermediate true god realm, Yi Xian had not been promoted for long. However, Yi Xian was facing 8 disciples of the slave pavilion who were not weaker than him, and still did not hesitate to attack. He even killed 2 of them consecutively. Oh, okay. Luo Qi was already stuttering, but she quickly came to Fian's side and carefully protected her. Are you her master? At this moment, the leading heavenly god looked at Yi Xian, his eyes were filled with anger, but he suppressed his anger and asked Yi Xian. Would Yi Xian answer him? No, he would not. In Yi Xian's mind, there was only one path for these people, and that was death. Therefore, Yi Xian slowly turned around and clenched the God Slayer in his hand again. The environment here was not suitable for summoning the 1,000 beasts sword servants. However, Yi Xian was alone and would not be afraid of these people. Boy, since you are her master, then things will be easy. Our slave pavilion is willing to pay a high price to buy this slave. You can name a price. It turned out that they just wanted to snatch her. Name a price? Okay, I'll give you a price. Deity Slayer. Chapter 2163. Boom. Yi Xian's price was death. Another slave pavilion disciple was killed. Even if they were at the same cultivation level as Yi Xian, they would be killed by Yi Xian if they were careless, not to mention these people whose cultivation level was lower than Yi Xian's. Even if there was no critical hit, Yi Xian could still kill them in an instant. Magic treasure? Using a magic treasure to withstand the power of the god-slaying sword? Was that even possible? Killing 3 people in a row. How much time had passed since he entered? Yi Xian had already killed 3 people in a row. How could the people of the slave pavilion hold back? Damn it, kid, you're courting death. How dare you kill the people of my slave pavilion? Today, you will die without a doubt. Go, kill him together with me. Bring the mission target. A word caught Yi Xian's attention. Mission target? It seemed like these people did not find Fei Yan for no reason. However, Yi Xian did not want to ask so many questions. His figure flashed and appeared outside the inn. At this time, Luo Qi had already brought the weak Fei Yan out of the inn. That was why Yi Xian came out. He wanted to kill these people of the slave pavilion. Moreover, he wanted to torture them to death. He wanted these people to regret finding trouble with Fei Yan. Of course, even if they regretted it, they would die without a doubt. 5 people quickly rushed out and pounced on Yi Xian. The 3 people Yi Xian killed were only low-level heavenly gods. Among the remaining 5, there was 1 high-level heavenly god and 2 mid-level heavenly gods. Therefore, they felt that victory was in their hands. Even the onlookers were not optimistic about Yi Xian's chances. Some of them could see that Yi Xian was only a mid-level heavenly god. Moreover, he was only a first-level heavenly god. He was facing 3 people whose cultivation level was higher than him. One of them was an entire realm higher than him. Therefore, they did not think that Yi Xian could defeat his opponents. However, who told them that Yi Xian was going to do it himself? Come out, 1,000 beasts sword servants. 1,000 beasts parade. Suddenly, 1,000 divine beasts appeared and surrounded the 5 people without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he summoned thousands of powerful war beasts. Such a method shocked the people in the slave pavilion and the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was familiar with the battle beast, and many people would get their hands on a few. QWPM but 1,000 heads, let's not talk about whether you can control it or not. Even if you can capture it, it won't be that easy. To be able to raise 1,000 divine beasts, there was no doubt that they were all people of a certain status. Not to mention, he was so powerful. Of course, Yi Xian did not know what they were thinking, nor did he care. Yi Xian ordered as he looked at the people of the slave pavilion. Kill them all. Roar! Roar! The 1,000 deity rank mounts charged at the 5 slave pavilion disciples without hesitation. Although Yi Xian had only summoned 3 platinum level and 17 gold level Ares mounts this time, he had only summoned 3 platinum level Ares mounts. However, such a valiant strength was more than enough to crush these people countless times. That's right, it was a crushing defeat. This was simply not a battle of strength. It was not a battle from the very beginning. Of course, at the beginning, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage on the surface. However, the outcome of the battle was determined from the very beginning. The 5 slave pavilion disciples did not have the slightest ability to resist. 4 of them were killed by the 1,000 beasts sword attendants. Only the high-level heavenly god slave pavilion disciple managed to withstand the first wave of attacks. Could it be that you don't want to know why we captured him? Shouted the slave pavilion disciple loudly. He hoped that Yi Xian would forgive him because of this secret. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. Yi Xian did not care at all. That was because Yi Xian had his own methods to investigate this matter. I don't want to. After saying that, the 1,000 beast sword attendants directly attacked. They killed him without any suspense. The last slave pavilion disciple fell to the ground with boundless unwillingness. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he accept this mission in the first place? Back then, when that person gave them the mission, he did not say that this young man possessed such terrifying strength. If they knew, they would not have gone to the upper realm even if they were beaten to death. Slave pavilion, what a good slave pavilion. Yi Xian, will remember today's matter. In the future, I will definitely exterminate your slave pavilion. Yi Xian's indifferent voice reached the ears of the surrounding people, but no one said a word. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and looked at Flying Smoke with some anger. Why didn't you leave? Others did not understand, but Flying Smoke understood the meaning of this sentence. Flying Smoke could quickly teleport to Yi Xian's side from anywhere. If she encountered trouble at the beginning, then she could teleport directly and definitely avoid it. However, Flying Smoke replied, yes. It's too late. As for Yi Xian, he also understood these words. Who did Flying Smoke mean? At the beginning, in order to cover Luo Qi's escape, she missed the opportunity, and later, it was already too late to leave. It seemed that this Luo Qi was Flying Smoke's good friend. Regarding this point, Yi Xian couldn't say anything. He couldn't possibly order Flying Smoke not to make friends or anything, right? I'll undo the slave imprint for you." As he spoke, Yi Xian took out Flying Smoke's divine deity fragment. Yi Xian had mentioned this request before. However, Flying Smoke refused. He didn't expect that this time, Flying Smoke would refuse once again. "No, this little girl is willing. This little girl is willing to be young master's servant for the rest of her life. I hope that young master can fulfill my wish." Suddenly, Flying Smoke directly knelt on the ground. It seemed that Flying Smoke, who was not afraid of the threat of death, was actually afraid of coming into contact with Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. Normally speaking, even if Yi Xian removed the master-slave relationship with Flying Smoke could still stay by Yi Xian's side. What was the difference between now and now? Why? Why was Flying Smoke unwilling? She was unwilling to remove this master-slave relationship no matter what. She was even willing to die, but she was unwilling to remove the master-slave relationship. Yi Xian really couldn't understand. He couldn't understand what Flying Smoke was thinking. Seeing such a resolute Flying Smoke, Yi Xian naturally couldn't say anything. Instead, he took a few steps forward and swallowed Flying Smoke. "Alright, since you're still unwilling, I won't force you." Flying Smoke smiled slightly. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Why would Flying Smoke be unwilling to come into contact with Yi Xian's master-slave relationship? In fact, it was also because Yi Xian swallowed the Flying Feather divine deity fragment in the space. As for the reason, it was likely that Yi Xian would only be able to understand it after a long, long time. Luo Qi couldn't understand Yi Xian and Flying Feather, this pair of master and servant. As the master, he wanted to remove the master-slave relationship, but on the contrary, it was the slave who was unwilling to be beaten to death. It was rare to see such a strange combination. And only at this time did Luo Qi understand why Flying Smoke was so loyal to Yi Xian. This wasn't because of the master-slave contract, but because Flying Smoke was absolutely loyal to Yi Xian from the bottom of her heart. Of course, only Flying Smoke herself knew that her loyalty was not only directed at Yi Xian. Chapter 2164. However, this scene was clearly seen by a group of people in the distance. "I didn't think that Yi Xian would be so strong. No, to be more precise, it's his war machines. I didn't think that he would have so many powerful war machines. It seems that I've underestimated him. These useless slaves can't even handle such a small matter." Clearly, this was the person who'd issued the order to capture Fei Yan. "Humph, Fei Yan, oh Fei Yan, you're mine. You're mine." This person was none other than Yi Lixio. He hadn't defeated Yi Xian yet, but he couldn't wait to get Fei Yan in advance. Especially when the family guard beside him told him that Fei Yan was a slave, and a virgin at that. He couldn't wait to get his hands on her. Naturally, the slave pavilion had a special method to make Fei Yan's godhead fragment lose its effect and create a new one to control Fei Yan. This method was something that almost no slave pavilion had. However, due to the special nature of qi, very few people knew about it and rarely used it. This time, Yi Lixio had prepared a sufficient price to obtain Fei Yan in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he'd failed in the end. "Go, pass down this prince's orders. Launch an all-out operation against that guy. Humph, war machine. I want to see how you'll deal with it in the training camp when you can't use your war machine." It wasn't that the Mozheng training camp didn't forbid the use of war machines, but the rule was that disciples could only rely on their own strength when fighting against each other. Clearly, Yi Lixio had also set up a big game of chess, one that targeted Yi Xian. And now, he'd finally made his move. Yi Xian brought Fei Yan back to his residence. Unexpectedly, Luo Qi had followed him. At this moment, in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a super-perfect man. After finding out that Fei Yan was Yi Xian's slave, Luo Qi was stunned. Servants were more common. But slaves, to be honest, weren't that common. This was because many people would rather die than become slaves. Thus, the number of slaves was very small. Of course, if you were talking about ordinary people as slaves, there would be a lot of them. However, there were very few who were willing to become slaves after becoming gods. QWPM. What's more, a strange combination like flying smoke and Yi Xian. The master wanted to get closer to the master-slave relationship, but the slave was unwilling. Is flying smoke beautiful? Very, very beautiful. As long as one had seen flying smoke's true appearance, men would fall head over heels for her. As for women, they wouldn't even be jealous of her. Was flying smoke powerful? Very powerful. In the 7th division, Fian was publicly recognized as a genius. Although her realm was not high right now, her strong learning ability and outstanding talent allowed her to be ranked on the genius ranking. However, because the light from the Yi Xian was too strong, it was blocked. Moreover, Fian was even versed in many mysterious divine abilities. It could be said that flying smoke was simply perfect. However, such a perfect woman was willing to become Yi Xian's slave. For a moment, Luo Qi was even more curious about Yi Xian. Fian did not rest. Even though he had just experienced a battle and had lost a lot of energy, she did not rest for a moment. Instead, she was busy preparing food for Yi Xian. Moreover, no matter how much Yi Xian requested, Fian only smiled and did not have the slightest intention of stopping. In the end, Yi Xian also gave up. Only after watching Yi Xian eat the food that she had prepared did Fian leave with Luo Qi in satisfaction. What happened today undoubtedly gave Yi Xian a wake-up call. It made Yi Xian understand that he was not necessarily safe in the MO training camp. On the way back, Luo Qi kept asking Fian about Yi Xian. Fian was very direct. As long as it could be said, she would say everything she knew. In fact, it was obvious why a girl was inquiring about a man. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about Luo Qi at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Qi was Fian's friend, Yi Xian probably wouldn't even look at her. This Luo Qi was actually not simple. The Luo family also had a certain amount of strength in the 100 realms of Mo Shanga. And Luo Qi was the only successor of the Luo family. One could imagine that there were definitely many people chasing after her. So what if it was the God realm? Of course, things like love between men and women were also extremely normal. After the two girls left, Yi Xian found the people from the Fire Clan. He needed to know who the slave pavilion accepted the mission from, and then went to find trouble with Fian. He wanted to catch this person and then deal with him ruthlessly. Unfortunately, this time, Yi Xian miscalculated. He couldn't find any useful information at all. It was as if that mission was only accepted by those 8 people in private. When Yi Xian received the report, he secretly snorted at the slave pavilion. Since that was the case, then, don't blame Yi Xian for destroying the slave pavilion. However, before that, Yi Xian encountered trouble. Yi Xian, get out here. Just as Yi Xian was bored in the first section, he heard a shout outside the door. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Who was looking for him? Moreover, he was so angry. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly walked out. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at that person. He didn't know this person. It could even be said that he had never seen this person before. But, why did this person come to find trouble with him? Yi Xian, you hypocrite. Who am I? I am the brother of Hong Yuan, who was defiled by you. Today, I must avenge my sister and kill you. It really is Hong Yuan's brother. Hong Yuan is from the 9th section, and she looks very beautiful. I didn't expect that this Yi Xian would actually be such a pervert. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What Hong Yuan? He didn't know her at all. He, Yi Xian, wasn't such a person. It seemed that this person had found the wrong person. I don't know who your sister is. Moreover, Yi Xian, would never do such a despicable thing. You should leave. You found the wrong person. Humph, you found the wrong person? Of course you won't admit it. Don't worry, you'll admit it after I kill you. That person actually attacked directly. He didn't care about the training camp's rules at all. He used a killing move as soon as he attacked. At this moment, many people, including the instructors, still didn't understand what was going on. Therefore, no one was prepared at all. However, this person clearly came prepared. The moment he attacked, he summoned the phantom of a demon god. This phantom of a demon god was obviously not something that a person like him could possess. This was because the strength of this phantom had already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Ding! Attention host, a powerful attack has been detected. Host, please prepare your defenses. Damn it! Chapter 2165. This was the phantom of a peak heavenly god realm demon god. That person was also a superior heavenly god. At this moment, not only did the phantom of the demon god charge towards Yi Xian, that person also charged towards him at the same time. Damn it! Yi Xian was slightly angered, but his hands were not idle. A ball of light exploded around the god slayer, protecting Yi Xian within it. That powerful attack was blocked the moment it reached Yi Xian's side. This time, Yi Xian did not control the god slayer. Instead, it flew out on its own. Of course, to be more precise, it was Wei Zhentian who made his move. Wei Zhentian had been residing within the god slayer all this while. Now that Yi Xian was in danger, Wei Zhentian naturally would not ignore it. When the phantom of the demon god and the superior heavenly god charged over, Wei Zhentian did not hesitate to activate the Soul Devourer shield, blocking all of their attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing there leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Above his head, the god slayer emitted a faint glow, protecting Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan's brother continued to surround Yi Xian and launch a series of fierce attacks. Of course, it was all in vain. At this moment, the surrounding people were also shocked. They were shocked that Hong Yuan's brother could unleash such a powerful attack. After all, Hong Yuan's brother did not have such a powerful technique in the past. At the same time, they were even more shocked by Yi Xian's defense. Ignored. He was simply ignoring such a powerful attack. To be able to withstand the attacks of a peak heavenly god realm demon god and a superior heavenly god, many people could do it. Some of them could even do it more easily than Yi Xian. However, that was because they were already very strong, surpassing Hong Yuan's brother. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian's strength was only at the middle stage grand profound stage of the first stage. In fact, a few months ago, he was just a true god. QWPM however, it was this person who was obviously at an absolute disadvantage who was able to defend against the attack of a heavenly god who was many times more powerful than him with such ease. In such a situation, what could the surrounding onlookers say? It's that Dharma treasure, that sword, seems to be very powerful. Someone said. At this moment, the most eye-catching thing in Yi Xian's performance was the God Slayer sword. It could be said that all of this happened without Yi Xian's control. Or rather, it could be said Wei Zhentian. In the eyes of others, it was natural that they were surprised. There were many weapons or equipment. There were quite a few who could fight on their own. However, an artifact spirit was still an artifact spirit, and its flaws were very obvious. If an artifact spirit was allowed to fight on its own, its power would be greatly reduced. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would allow an artifact spirit to fight on its own unless it was absolutely necessary. But what was Yi Xian's situation now? The sword was clearly fighting on its own. How could it suppress the demon god's shadow and Hong Yuan's brother? A weapon spirit could never surpass its master's strength. This was an iron law that no one could violate. They couldn't understand it. Everyone was confused. They couldn't understand the current battle. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian's sword was so strong. Yi Xian didn't want to fight. It was obvious that this guy was here for revenge because his sister had been defiled. Although this wasn't Yi Xian's doing, Yi Xian pitied him. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't want to fight with this guy. Alright, that's enough. I've said it before, I didn't do anything to your sister. Although I don't know where you heard this news from, if I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. I, Yi Xian, will never hide my actions. You didn't do it? Humph, Yi Xian, you damned guy. I saw you walk out of my sister's room with my own eyes. Don't tell me you're still trying to deny it. Yi Xian was amused. She saw him with her own eyes? When did you see me? Last night. Humph, Yi Xian, you don't have to deny it. I'll kill you today. Huh, Yi Xian laughed. Last night? He didn't even leave the house last night. However, he couldn't allow this guy to continue causing trouble. Alright, I said it wasn't me. But since someone dares to defame me, I'll catch them no matter who they are. Don't worry. I, Yi Xian, will handle your matters for you. Consider it for myself. I'll keep that person's head for you. Yi Xian indifferently said. His gaze had already looked around. At this point, Yi Xian naturally understood that someone wanted to frame him. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some strength, then Hong Yuan's brother would be enough to kill Yi Xian. The person hiding in the dark had a good plan. He didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was too good. Yi Xian wasn't someone who would allow himself to be trampled on. Back off! Yi Xian shouted. Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian had a tacit understanding. In an instant, two beams of light erupted. Deicide slash. Yes, it was the deicide slash. In Yi Xian's hands, the Godslayer could only release one deicide slash at a time. But when Wei Zhentian took over control, he could release two at once. Boom! 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 The two beams of light forced Hong Yuan's brother and the demon god projection to retreat. Moreover, because the Godslayer was bound to deal a critical hit to the demon god projection was severely injured. In fact, although Hong Yuan's brother was anxious and angry, he was still rational. From Yi Xian's refusal to make a move to Yi Xian's explanation, combined with his own situation, Hong Yuan's brother was still a little confused. The day before, his demon celestial phantom was merely an intermediate heavenly god. However, after the incident with his sister, someone inexplicably bought him a precious treasure at an extremely low price. It was a precious treasure that could temporarily increase the strength of his demon celestial phantom. That treasure could allow the demon god projection to unleash the strength of a peak heavenly god for 2 hours. Hong Yuan's brother had never encountered such a good thing in the thousands of years he had been in the training camp. Why did he encounter it yesterday? Also, it seemed that someone had deliberately led him to Hong Yuan's residence. At that time, someone had told him that his sister was in danger. That was why he had rushed over immediately. Coincidentally, just as he went over, he saw the scene of Yi Xian coming out. If Yi Xian had directly attacked him, he might not have suspected anything. However, Yi Xian had only fought with his sword and was already able to force him to retreat. Chapter 2166. If Yi Xian could force him to retreat without making a move, didn't that mean that Yi Xian had the ability to defeat or even kill him? Yi Xian didn't do that. Instead, he faced him calmly. Without a doubt, Hong Yuan's brother slowly calmed down. You really didn't do what happened to my sister? Yi Xian lifted his head and said calmly. I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. If I really did it, do you think you would still be alive to cause trouble for me? As for your sister, I don't even know who she is. Why would I cause trouble for her? Don't worry, since I'm involved in this matter, I'll get to the bottom of it. Just wait, I'll catch the mastermind very soon. Yi Xian always kept his promises. Moreover, Yi Xian knew very well that he had to find a solution for today's matter. If he didn't catch the mastermind, then similar incidents would happen again. However, Yi Xian still underestimated the methods of those people. After Hong Yuan's brother left temporarily, Yi Xian began his investigation. He asked Fian and the people from the fire division to investigate on his behalf. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that the power he could use now was far too little. However, Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. Since the mastermind had caused trouble for Yi Xian the first time, then there would be a second time, and a third time. It could be said that as long as those people didn't achieve their goal, then similar incidents would happen again and again. Another few days passed. On this day, Yi Xian was originally just staying in the training camp. However, a sudden attack erupted. They were all from the training camp. 5 people, 5 heavenly gods from the 10th division. The strangest thing was their reason. It's him. That's right, it's Yi Xian. He's gone too far. He's such a bully. That's right. Today, we must find him for revenge. Why? He's a genius. Fine, we're just ordinary people. We can give in to him or even hide from him. But why does he have to force us step by step? Since he doesn't give us a way out, then let's die together. When the 5 of them arrived in front of Yi Xian, they first discussed amongst themselves before directly attacking Yi Xian. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move. It was as if he wanted to perish together with his opponent. Die, you damned bastard. Boom. Yi Xian didn't even understand what was going on when he was suddenly attacked. While the 5 of them were discussing, Yi Xian also heard them. However, he didn't expect them to be talking about him. However, the 5 of them did not hesitate at all when they said they would attack. Ding! A powerful attack has been detected. Attention host. Along with the system notification, Wei Zhentian once again controlled the Godslayer to automatically protect its master. Ding! Host, please take note. The host does not have enough soul fragments. The defense has been broken. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying by a punch. Even with the Godslayer's defense, he was still sent flying by a punch. Fortunately, Yi Xian was not hurt at all. He only took a few steps back. However, this was still unacceptable. Damn it, what are you doing? Yi Xian looked at the 5 of them, anger rising in his heart. 5 upper-level heavenly gods. Could it be that these fellows had eaten the wrong medicine? QWPM, you know what we're doing. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The 5 of them charged towards Yi Xian again. Yi Xian grabbed the Godslayer and prepared to summon the 1,000 beasts sword servants at the same time. However, he suddenly held himself back. It was obvious that these people were being used by someone else to cause trouble for him. If Yi Xian attacked now, he might not be able to defeat these people. Even if he did, he would only fall into the trap of the mastermind. Therefore, even if Yi Xian was unwilling, he could only hold himself back. Everything was the work of the mastermind. As for these people, they were just innocent people. It could even be said that they were victims as well. All of you, stop. Alright, since you want to cause trouble for me, then tell me clearly how I offended you. How did you offend us? Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, to think that you're number 1 on the genius leaderboard. With your talent and strength, we are no different from ants in front of you. Yi Xian, you can kill us. We're not strong enough. We're just ordinary people. We can't beat you, and we don't have anyone to back us up. We'll admit it. However, why do you have to toy with us, and even use our families? Yi Xian, The 182 people in Liujia village are all ordinary people I brought up from the mortal realm. What threat do they pose to you? Or rather, what threat do I pose to you? Why do you want to kill all of them? The 5 of them spoke one after another. Their voices were extremely agitated, and they were even a little incoherent. However, Yi Xian still understood. What these people meant was that Yi Xian had started causing trouble for them a few days ago. At first, he wanted them to hand over their families to Yi Xian and use them as slaves. Naturally, they didn't comply. Then, Yi Xian used all sorts of methods to deal with them. He even destroyed their families in the end. F***ck. Damn you! Yi Xian cursed after hearing this. Yi Xian, how dare you be so arrogant? Brothers, let's attack together. Today, we must kill him. Even if we die, we must avenge our families. The 5 of them were extremely agitated. However, Yi Xian was even more agitated than them. All of you, stop. Boom. 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 Thousands of god-level mounts instantly appeared and surrounded the 5 of them. However, they didn't attack. At the same time, Yi Xian spoke to the 5 of them. A bunch of fools. What do I need your families for? Slaves? Do you think I, Yi Xian, lack divine crystals? Damn you, are you trying to label me as a pervert again? Previously, you labeled me as a pervert. Why? What is it this time? Yi Xian was extremely agitated. Wasn't that person in the dark a little too much? Slaves? It seemed like he had to pay a visit to the slave pavilion. You 5 pigs, come with me now. Yi Xian looked at the 5 of them and said in an unquestionable tone. To be honest, if the 5 of them hadn't been forced into a corner, they wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's strength was quite strong in the training camp. Other things aside, just his title as the number 1 on the genius leaderboard was enough for Yi Xian to enjoy a lot of privileges in the training camp. After being scolded by Yi Xian, the 5 of them shriveled up. They had mustered up their courage to look for Yi Xian. In reality, they were already prepared to die. They had no intention of leaving alive. However, cultivation wasn't easy. Chapter 2167. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Although family was important, their own lives were important as well. The 5 of them weren't crazy enough to do anything for their family. At this moment, Yi Xian directly walked forward, and the 5 of them followed. QWPM. It wasn't just the 5 of them, but also the surrounding onlookers. Yi Xian had been in the limelight recently, and it was hard for him not to be noticed. Now, Yi Xian was finally going to make a move. Regardless of whether they suspected Yi Xian or believed that Yi Xian wasn't a good person, they all wanted to see what Yi Xian was going to do. Yi Xian was only a mid-level heavenly god, so they weren't afraid of Yi Xian. In an instant, more than 100 people followed behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away his god-grade mounts, frowned, and went straight to the Lingxiao Pavilion branch in Mo City. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was related to Ling Xian Pavilion, but no one knew what that relationship was. However, when Yi Xian arrived at Ling Xian Pavilion, they knew that Yi Xian had an extremely high status in Ling Xian Pavilion. This disciple greets the pavilion guardian elder. This time, Yi Xian didn't hide his identity at all. Instead, he flashed his token. Yi Xian didn't care about hiding his identity. Since the plan was to attract Mo City's attention while the Withered Bone Swordsmen, Fire Division, and the others investigated in secret, he had to be arrogant to the end. Almost everyone in Ling Xian Pavilion's branch knelt in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Pavilion Guardian Elder's token was the real deal. Even if he was just a general without an army, he still had a lot of authority. You, send a message to Elder Ku and tell him to come see me quickly. This, Pavilion Protector Elder, Vice Pavilion Master Moonless, this lowly one doesn't dare. Although that person didn't say it explicitly, his meaning couldn't be any clearer. What he meant was that Yi Xian was just a guardian elder. Although he was powerful enough, Ku was now a guardian lord. It was unreasonable for Ku to meet Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath. He immediately released a voice transmission talisman. If these people did not dare, then he would do it himself. In any case, Yi Xian had never paid much attention to this pavilion guardian elder from the very beginning. He was only looking for Missing Moon to ask for his help. Behind Yi Xian, the people from the training camp were dumbfounded. They did not understand what Yi Xian was doing. In fact, perhaps even Yi Xian himself didn't quite understand. Under normal circumstances, what was Yi Xian? His relationship with Master Moonless was probably not good enough to order him to do anything. However, Yi Xian could only ask Missing Moon for help now, so he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Soon, a figure walked out of the transmission array of this Ling Xian pavilion branch. It seemed like he was still doing something and was still holding a pile of materials in his hands. Grandmaster Yi, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Master Moonless came to Yi Xian and looked at the angry Yi Xian in confusion. I need your help. Yi Xian said without hesitation. Grandmaster Yi, are you kidding me? Given Grandmaster Ye's abilities, what can't he do? Although Yi Xian's cultivation base was not high, his restriction Grandmaster clone was extremely powerful. At least, in the eyes of someone like Missing Moon, Yi Xian definitely had a lot of super powerful followers by his side. After all, any powerful restriction master would have powerful followers by his side. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yi Xian didn't care about restriction masters at all. Seeing Yi Xian's cold eyes, Master Moonless could tell that Yi Xian really had something to ask of him this time. Therefore, Master Moonless stopped smiling and said directly, Grandmaster Yi, what do you need from me? I owe my life to you. As long as you have any orders, I will do my best to help you. Boom. That one sentence made everyone go crazy. Who was Master Moonless? He was the deputy pavilion master of Ling Xian Pavilion. Although his cultivation base was not high, it was the result of being trapped for countless years. In fact, Master Moonless' status was equivalent to the second sect master in Ling Xian Pavilion because even the sect master had to give in to him. However, such a person had said that he would do his best to help Yi Xian as long as Yi Xian asked him to. What did that mean? Didn't that mean that as long as Yi Xian was willing, the entire Ling Xian Pavilion would be at his disposal? This time, the people from Mo Shang training camp truly understood how terrifying Yi Xian was. As for the two people following behind Yi Xian, their faces turned green. There was no doubt that these people had participated in plotting against Yi Xian. Now, when Yi Xian was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality, they knew that they had seriously underestimated Yi Xian's strength. Alright, I'm glad to hear that. I'm currently in Mo Shang training camp and I'm very annoyed. Someone has been plotting against me one after another. I want you to help me find out who that person is. Yi Xian said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a strange expression on Master Moonless' face. Wait a minute, Master Yi. What did you just say? Where are you? I said that I'm an apprentice in the outer camp of Mo Shang training camp. What's wrong? Is there a problem? This. Of course, you can do whatever you want, Master Yi. However, Master Yi, even if you wanted to set up a training camp stronger than Mo Shang training camp, it would only take a few words. Why would you run off to be an apprentice? Don't tell me you have nothing better to do. Master Moonless' words left Yi Xian somewhat unable to react. Of course, this kind of misunderstanding couldn't be blamed on Yi Xian or Moonless. After all, Master Moonless couldn't possibly know that Yi Xian's restriction skills were completely dependent on the system. Yi Xian also couldn't possibly know that Moonless meant that he wanted Yi Xian to use his status as a restriction grandmaster. Yi Xian was in a daze. However, Master Moonless said somewhat helplessly, "Master Yi, you really like to joke around. Grandmaster Yi, you really like to joke. You came to me for such a small matter. However, this also shows that Grandmaster Yi doesn't treat me, Moonless, as an outsider. Alright, this matter, no matter what, I, Moonless, will do it beautifully for you. Just wait for the good news." After Moonless finished speaking, a dumbfounded Yi Xian led the similarly dumbfounded members of the training camp back. At this moment, no one doubted Yi Xian anymore. After all, even someone like Ling Xian Court's vice pavilion master had been so submissive in front of Yi Xian. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that Yi Xian's identity wasn't simple. This matter was just a momentary impulse for Yi Xian. However, he didn't know how big of a crisis it had caused. The few times Yi Xian had been targeted, there was no doubt that it was Yi Lixio's doing. He was the one who arranged for people to scheme against Yi Xian. According to Yi Lixio's plan, he wanted to play Yi Xian to death. Chapter 2168. However, when Yi Xian exploded, he realized that he had provoked a powerful figure. Ling Xian Court was actually going all out to help Yi Xian. Yi Lixio had no choice but to seek help from his family. As for Master Moonless, he immediately met with the sect master of Ling Xian Court after Yi Xian left. Master Moonless had never expected that Yi Xian, who had originally been prepared to use his own strength to help Yi Xian because he owed Yi Xian a debt of gratitude. However, the sect master of Ling Xian Court had asked everyone in Ling Xian Court to help Yi Xian. Take note, everyone in Ling Xian Court. In other words, this included Ling Xian Court's allies. Moreover, when he said this, the pavilion master of the Ling Xian Pavilion was actually extremely happy. It was as if being able to help Yi Xian was a glorious thing. Master Moonless had always known that the pavilion master paid special attention to Yi Xian. From the first time he had met Yi Xian, the pavilion master had asked if Yi Xian had participated in the training. Then, the pavilion master had given Yi Xian the status of a pavilion guardian elder without hesitation. It seemed that all of this hadn't been unintentional. In the beginning, Master Moonless had thought that the pavilion master was trying to rope in Yi Xian. However, it now seemed that this wasn't the case. After all, there was no need to mobilize all of Ling Xian Court's forces to help Yi Xian in order to rope in Yi Xian. It seemed that there was more to this than met the eye. A huge storm was brewing. At the center of this storm was the Mo Shang training camp, a place that no one had paid much attention to. As for the reason, it was simply because Yi Xian was there. Of course, such a huge storm wasn't something that could happen in a day or two. Because of Yi Xian's sudden explosion, Yi Lixio had stopped all actions against Yi Xian. At this moment, he finally realized what kind of power this seemingly ordinary Yi Xian had. In fact, this power hadn't even been fully unleashed yet. Ling Xuanga alone was enough to force him to stop whatever he was doing. He was only the 7th prince of the Dark Knight Empire. He had some power, but it wasn't that great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to the Mo Shang training camp. At this moment, his family had already sent him a message, telling him not to make the slightest move. Otherwise, he would be punished according to the family rules. What had originally been a personal conflict between Yi Lixio and Yi Xian had now turned into a conflict between Ling Xian Court and the entire Dark Knight Empire. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not give up on his ambitions, this conflict would continue to escalate. Of course, Yi Xian was still unaware of all this. So, he took advantage of his opportunity to cause trouble for the slave pavilion. The slave pavilion was a power, but in the 100 territories, it was only a small power comparable to the myriad beast school. Yi Xian led the 5 people who had been captured at the beginning to the outside of the slave pavilion. A huge ancient town. This was the headquarters of the slave pavilion. There were still many experts in the slave pavilion. To be honest, no matter how one looked at it, Yi Xian and a few people from the Mo Shang training camp didn't seem to have the slightest chance of winning. However, when Yi Xian and the others arrived, they discovered that there were only a dozen people left in the slave pavilion's headquarters. The others had all run away. In a fit of anger, Yi Xian burned down the slave pavilion's headquarters. When the people left behind saw Yi Xian coming over, they ran away without a second word. The weakest among those people was a mid-level sky celestial grade, yet they didn't even have the guts to make a move against Yi Xian. After burning down the slave pavilion's headquarters, Yi Xian's anger was more or less vented. Previously, all sorts of trouble had been stirring up in Yi Xian's heart. However, now that his anger had subsided, Yi Xian calmed down and started to think carefully. It seemed like there was something strange going on around him. There was simply no need for Ling Xian Pavilion to help Yi Xian. Yi Xian and Ling Xian Pavilion didn't have much contact with each other. They only had some contact with Master Moonless. However, Ling Xian Pavilion had helped him. Not only had they helped him, but they had also used all their means to help him. In less than 3 days, Yi Xian received news from Ling Xian Pavilion. He also knew that Yi Lixio was the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Yi Lixio had also run away. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. When Yi Xian found out about Yi Lixio's identity, he found it very strange as well. Logically speaking, given Yi Lixio's background, killing Yi Xian should have been as easy as crushing an ant. However, when the local conflict had erupted, Yi Lixio had chosen to back down. What was this? What was all this? Yi Xian was really confused. This time, he was truly dumbfounded. Even the system, without any information, couldn't understand what was going on around Yi Xian. Of course, one thing was for sure. It seemed like there was a mysterious power helping Yi Xian from behind the scenes. While Yi Xian was pondering this in the training camp, the external conflict was escalating. The first conflict to erupt was between Ling Xian Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion. QWPM within the 100 territories, there was no doubt that there was an irreconcilable conflict between Ling Xian Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion. However, in the past million years, the two factions hadn't really had a major conflict. However, in one day, Ling Xian Pavilion had mobilized all their elites and destroyed thousands of Jubao Pavilion strongholds. By the time Jubao Pavilion had put up a defense, it was already too late. They'd attacked as soon as they'd said so. As for the reason given by Ling Xian Pavilion, it turned out that a young master from Jubao Pavilion had once targeted Yi Xian. Could it be that Ling Xian Pavilion had already made preparations to attack and was just using me as an excuse this time? Yi Xian thought to himself. This was the only reasonable reason he could think of. Otherwise, how could he explain why Ling Xian Pavilion was helping him with all their might? Clouds of mystery surrounded Yi Xian as earth-shattering changes took place in the outside world. The 100 territories, which had been peaceful for 1,000,000 years, suddenly erupted into conflict. Moreover, it was in the form of battle. Every day, countless people died. Every day, countless battles took place. Ling Xian Pavilion was like a madman, attacking Jubao Pavilion and the Anya Empire in the name of avenging Yi Xian. All this mystery was solved when a messenger from the Fire Tribe found Yi Xian to report to him. This made Yi Xian understand why Ling Xian Pavilion was so crazy. Your subordinate pays his respects to the God Emperor. On this day, a messenger from the Fire Tribe came to Yi Xian's room. It's you. What's the matter? Of course, Yi Xian knew this person. After all, Yi Xian had seen him before. God Emperor, your subordinate has been ordered to investigate the matter of Mo Shanga and has made some progress. Therefore, I have specially come to report to you. In addition, there is another matter that your subordinate feels the need to tell you. Oh, what is it? Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't know what this person wanted to say. God Emperor, this matter concerns Ling Xian Pavilion. Chapter 2169. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Yi Xian's realization, Lord God Emperor, in order to make it easier for our fire clan to observe various places, we have set up some organizations in many places. As for the 100 realms of Mo Shanggu, because the Mo Shanggu is somewhat special, we have increased our investment. That Ling Xiangu is a force that the third clan leader of the fire clan personally established to make it easier for us to investigate the Mo Shanggu. What? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the Ling Xian court was actually a member of the fire tribe. In other words, the Ling Xian court had been part of Yi Xian's force from the very beginning. Now, everything made sense. Why would the Ling Xian court give him a clone of a court protector elder? And why would they go crazy when they found out that Yi Xian had given them an order? Because the Ling Xian court belonged to Yi Xian to begin with. Or rather, it belonged to the inheritor of the ancient god emperor's inheritance. Yi Xian was the new god emperor, so wasn't he the owner of the Ling Xian court? Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this ancient lost clan. After all this fuss, Yi Xian had been tormenting himself for so long, but it turned out that he had always been under the protection of the Ling Xian court. However, Yi Xian didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Happy? After all, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised that he had suddenly gained such a large force. It had also strengthened Yi Xian a lot. Angry? Damn it! If he hadn't gone to look for the Ling Xian court, the people of the Ling Xian court would never have told Yi Xian the truth. Damn, there were so many good things in the Ling Xian court. If Yi Xian had used them directly, he would have broken through many levels by now. Alright, I understand. Yi Xian sat down speechlessly. Lord God Emperor, the third clan head still has something to tell you. Go ahead. I'm listening. Yes, Lord God Emperor. The fire tribe member suddenly knelt on the ground, which made Yi Xian frown slightly. Then, he said, Lord God Emperor, the three clan heads wanted me to tell you that because the strength of the ancient Yi clan is very limited, and the enemy we need to fight against is extremely powerful, Ling Xian court is the strongest force in our fire clan. Therefore, we can follow your orders this time. After all, some conflicts have already existed, but only this time. In the future, the fire division will not be able to obey your orders so directly. What did he mean? Yi Xian frowned. The man continued to explain, Lord God Emperor should know how powerful the enemy we are facing is. If we are not careful, our ancient Yi clan will be annihilated. Lord God Emperor, please use your strength to increase your strength and lead us to fight against that powerful existence as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will fight with all my strength. But for now, we have to hide our strength. These are the original words of the third clan leader. The third clan patriarch said that if Lord God Emperor wants to blame us, please wait until we eliminate that powerful existence first. Yi Xian nodded and said, yes, you're right. Yes, your considerations are correct, I understand. Then, let's do as you think. However, we cannot relax our investigation of Mo Shanggu, we must find out the secrets of Mo Shanggu. Yes, Lord God Emperor. Alright, there's nothing else. You can go about your business. Yi Xian waved his hand and dismissed the man. However, after the man left, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. QWPM. Although the third clan head's words were vague enough, Yi Xian understood the meaning behind them. Perhaps it was necessary to hide their strength. However, more importantly, the higher-ups of the fire division had not completely accepted Yi Xian. Because of their ancestral teachings and clan rules, they had no choice but to serve Yi Xian as their master. However, Yi Xian was too weak now, so they would not completely submit to Yi Xian. To put it bluntly, the lost ancient clan belonged to Yi Xian, but they did not belong to Yi Xian either. After all, too many things had changed in the span of hundreds of millions of years. It was still unknown how loyal the lost ancient clan was to Yi Xian. Perhaps they would follow Yi Xian without hesitation if he was powerful enough. However, Yi Xian was not powerful enough. Power. Everything depended on power. Sometimes, even if Yi Xian encountered a great opportunity, he would not be able to control it completely if he was not powerful enough. For example, Ling Xian court could be called the Lost Ancient Clan. However, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his mentality. Why should he entrust everything to others? Yi Xian was Yi Xian. There was nothing that he had to rely on others. Whether the Lost Ancient Clan was willing to obey him or not, Yi Xian had to improve his own strength. The next morning, Yi Xian appeared in a place he had never been before. Many people were stunned. The mission hall. In Mo Shang training camp, many people usually went to complete missions in exchange for points. However, Yi Xian had never been there before. This was Yi Xian's first time here. At the moment, the matter regarding Ling Xian court had already exploded to a new height. Everyone in the training camp had a new understanding of Yi Xian. It could be said that in the entire training camp, at least in the outer camp, no one dared to say no to Yi Xian. However, he clearly had great power and authority. Yet, Yi Xian had come to Mo Shang training camp and was preparing to accept a mission today. The girl in charge of issuing missions was dumbfounded. It was not strange for anyone to come to her place, except for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's appearance made her somewhat unable to react. "Young Master Yi, may I ask what business you have with me?" "Oh, I'm here to accept a mission." "Can I see the list of missions?" Yi Xian did not care about the gazes around him. They were not him, so how would they know about his affairs? The girl hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, she reacted immediately and directly placed all the missions in front of Yi Xian. The missions in Mo Shang training camp were divided into levels: easy, normal, difficult, and nightmare. These 4 levels represented 4 different types of missions with different levels of danger. Simple missions had an average casualty rate of almost 0. Normal missions had a casualty rate of 20%. Difficult missions had 50%. Nightmare missions had a casualty rate as high as 70%. Of course, according to the missions, the rewards were naturally different too. Moreover, every mission had a minimum realm requirement. Yi Xian did not have much leeway to choose. In fact, apart from the simple missions in front of him, there were only 2 difficult missions. Mission 1, a powerful divine beast has appeared in the 100-Flower Valley. The 100-Flower Valley seeks help from the Mo Shang training camp. The request is to defeat or kill the evil divine beast. However, the requirement is to be an intermediate celestial god. Chapter 2170. These were the only 2 normal missions that Yi Xian could accept at the moment. As for simple missions, there were a few. However, how could Yi Xian possibly do such a mission? To Yi Xian, such a mission was simply a waste of time. "Can I accept these 2 missions at the same time?" Yi Xian asked the girl. The 2 normal missions only had a reward of 200 points. It was very little, but Yi Xian could only accept these 2 missions, so he didn't want to miss them. If young Master Yi wants to accept these 2 missions at the same time, of course you can. At this moment, the entire hall was abuzz with discussion. It wouldn't be strange for anyone to appear here, but it was strange that Yi Xian had come. In their eyes, how could a high and mighty young master like Yi Xian accept such a low-level mission? 200 points. What could he exchange for in Mo Shang training camp? Perhaps it could be exchanged for many things in the eyes of ordinary disciples, but for someone like Yi Xian, those things were no different from trash. No one knew what Yi Xian was trying to do. But Yi Xian still did it. He knew his own business. Yi Xian had been a little lazy for some time. He had used up all the resources he had, but Yi Xian hadn't done anything for such a long time. This wasn't a good habit. Yi Xian was just a lowly existence in the realm of the gods. What right did he have to be lazy? According to the priority of the mission, Yi Xian's first choice was the 100-Flower Valley. Was it the evil divine beast? Yi Xian wanted to see what kind of divine beast it was. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the 100-Flower Valley. The 100-Flower Valley used to be a place with beautiful scenery. Because of its abundance of beautiful divine flowers, it wasn't exactly famous, but it still had some reputation. The master of the 100 Flowers Valley was a superior deity. He brought his people to live here. In the beginning, he was doing well. However, the appearance of the divine beast disrupted everything. Furthermore, when he led his clansmen to encircle and annihilate the mythical beast, he was the one who was heavily injured. He had no choice but to seek help from the Mo Shang training camp. When Yi Xian came over, the valley master of the Centauria Valley clearly didn't trust Yi Xian. "You are the person sent by Mo Shang training camp?" Sitting on the bed, the valley master looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of distrust. "Yes, I'm here to help you get rid of that divine beast. Little guy, fighting against that divine beast is not a joke. How about this, you can go and take a look first. If you are not sure, don't try to show off. That divine beast has a strange ability, and we can't do anything to it. You must be careful, and don't throw your life away." Although these words were a little harsh, the valley master had good intentions. Therefore, Yi Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't say anything, the valley master sent someone to lead the way for Yi Xian. The two of them walked quickly and soon reached a mountain top. "Master, it's just ahead. That divine beast is extremely powerful. I dare not go any further. Please be careful." Yi Xian nodded. This guy was just a mortal. He wasn't even an inferior deity, so it was normal for him to be afraid. In that case, Yi Xian would go over by himself. Yi Xian gripped the God-Slayer in his hand as Yi Xian walked forward cautiously. Yi Xian released his divine consciousness and kept an eye on his surroundings. He didn't know what the divine beast was, but it was always good to be cautious. However, when Yi Xian saw the divine beast, he was delighted. It turned out that it was a devourer beast. The devourer beast was a good thing for Yi Xian. He would have to depend on him for the devourer points. He didn't expect to be so lucky. It seemed that he would have to walk around more often in the future. If he hadn't accepted this task, wouldn't he have no fate with the devourer beast? This was a high-level devourer beast. It could give Yi Xian 3 devourer points. 3 devourer points was not a small number for Yi Xian. Since he had confirmed his target, there was no need to hesitate. "Let's kill it." Kill. Yi Xian's figure flashed as he pounced towards the divine beast. The divine beast noticed Yi Xian coming over. However, it had occupied this place for a long time and no one was a match for it. Although there were some who came to fight it, they were all defeated by it. Ding! System notification, detected a special devourer beast. Host, please take note. Killing this devourer beast will not only give devourer points, but also a special material, the heart of a flower. Heart of a flower? What was that? System, what's the use of this heart of a flower? Ding! System notification, the heart of a flower can be used to fuse with a floral spirit swordsman. Floral spirit swordsman? Yi Xian was stunned. Anyway, the name didn't sound like much. Of course, no matter what, it was still a swordsman. He had to get his hands on it. Deity slaying slash. Boom! Yi Xian attacked with his sword. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the divine beast had lived a peaceful life for too long, or that it had underestimated Yi Xian. In any case, it was killed in one strike. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 devourer points. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the heart of a flower. At this time, Yi Xian began to observe the uses of this floral spirit swordsman. Floral Spirit Swordsman, Fusion Requirement, 10 Devourer Points, Heart of a Flower, Spirit of a Grass, Soul of a Tree, Origin of Water. Dam, for special materials and 10 Devourer Points. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. However, as he continued to read, he realized that this Floral Spirit Swordsman wasn't as useless as its name suggested. Floral Spirit Swordsman Special Ability 1, Flower Tribe. The Floral Spirit Swordsman can summon 100 flower fairies to fight for him. Following the notification of his realm, he can also summon tree fairies, grass fairies, etc. QWPM Special Ability 2, Flower Protection. The flower fairies have extremely powerful recovery abilities. After the host has obtained the Floral Spirit Swordsman, he will also have powerful healing abilities, able to heal others in a large area. This was an ability. Other than that, there was also the increase of his realm. This Floral Spirit Swordsman actually had a lot of room for improvement. It seemed that Yi Xian still had to get his hands on this Floral Spirit Swordsman. After all, a powerful healing ability was able to bring Yi Xian a very powerful combat strength. Especially the current Yi Xian, what he needed was this kind of strength. Moreover, the Floral Spirit Swordsman still had a lot of room for improvement. One must know that the newly fused Floral Spirit Swordsman was only a lower rank 1 true god. This was a swordsman that needed to be nurtured continuously. Once it matured, it wouldn't be simple. It could be said that if the withered bone swordsman that Yi Xian created was a consumable, then this Floral Spirit Swordsman would become an existence with unlimited potential. Chapter 2171. Yi Xian had accepted 2 missions at the same time. Now that he had completed the first mission, it was time for him to complete the second one. Although Lingbo Lake was called a lake, its surface area was extremely large. It far exceeded the scope of a normal lake. Actually, there was nothing worth paying attention to at Lingbo Lake all this time. However, a few years ago, a large number of fish living in the lake had mutated. The fish in the realm of the gods all possessed a certain level of intelligence. The reason they were cultivating here was, of course, to cultivate a godhead. However, for some reason, the fish in Lingbo Lake continued to mutate into demon gods. Moreover, it was not through conventional cultivation. Instead, it was through a mysterious force that forcefully raised them. Yi Xian had come alone this time. He did not have any helpers by his side. Moreover, there was no one around Lingbo Lake. It was impossible to say that there was no danger. However, Yi Xian would not give up. Since he had accepted the mission, he naturally had to complete it. Yi Xian circled around Lingbo Lake, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that there is nothing noteworthy here? That shouldn't be the case. Since the training camp has issued a mission, there must be something strange. Only then would the training camp issue a mission. Then, where is the problem? Yi Xian frowned slightly. System, can you scan the surrounding environment? Yi Xian suddenly asked the system. After all, there were some things that Yi Xian could not do, but that did not mean that the system could not do either. Ding! System notification, scanning environment. Ding! System notification, hidden restriction detected. Does the host wish to remove it? There was a restriction? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he had not found any traces of a restriction. The surroundings did not seem to be anything special. He did not expect that there would be a restriction here. What an ingenious concealment method. It actually managed to hide from Yi Xian's detection. Unfortunately, even so, it could not escape the system's scan. Of course it's easy to break. Yi Xian said to the system. His mission this time was to investigate the Lingbo Lake. Now that he had discovered something unusual, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Ding! System notification, seal broken successfully. In an instant, a strange little bridge appeared in front of Yi Xian. This small bridge was clearly connected to the center of the Lingbo Lake. It was strange because the bridge was made of plants that lived in the water. Something was off. This time, Yi Xian didn't need anyone to tell him that something was amiss. Without hesitation, Yi Xian stepped onto the bridge. The bridge wasn't too far away. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at a small island. There was actually a small island hidden on Lingbo Lake. To be honest, let alone Yi Xian, even in Mo Shang's training camp, no one knew. However, when Yi Xian saw the residents on the island clearly, he was slightly taken aback. Merpeople? Merpeople weren't considered rare. No matter what kind of creature they were, even if they were plants, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to transform into humans. Therefore, there was nothing strange about the merpeople. However, what Yi Xian found strange was that there were actually quite a few strong individuals among the merpeople. The strongest one had even reached the level of a mid-level true god. Of course, the strangest thing was the behavior of these merpeople. It was as if they were being controlled by a mysterious power. There wasn't the slightest hint of joy in them. All that was left was a lifeless atmosphere. All of the merpeople were doing their own things. Their most important task now was to build an altar. Although Yi Xian was quite far away, he was still able to clearly see the appearance of the altar. After all, the altar was too huge. On top of the altar was a statue of a divine beast. However, there was something special about this statue. Its face was that of a human face. A beast with a human face? Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on here and what kind of secret was hidden here. It seemed that everything that Yi Xian had seen so far had nothing to do with his mission. However, Yi Xian's keen senses told him that he needed to investigate this place carefully. He was afraid that this human-faced beast had extraordinary abilities and was also hiding a huge secret. Who's there? Suddenly, Yi Xian heard human voices. When Yi Xian looked over, he realized that there were already a dozen strong merpeople rushing towards Yi Xian. These merpeople were emitting black flames all over their bodies. Just based on their appearance, Yi Xian knew that this might be where the secret he was looking for was. Here, there were demonized mermaids, and there was a large number of them. No one would believe that there was no secret here. Yi Xian didn't want to get into a conflict with these merpeople. After all, once a conflict broke out, Yi Xian would be in constant trouble. When that happened, he might not even be able to keep his life, let alone find out more information. However, these demonized merpeople were Yi Xian's target after all. Therefore, this battle was simply unavoidable. They were all merpeople, but it was obvious that the demonized merpeople no longer treated other merpeople as their own kind. They were unscrupulously suppressing their own kind. All of this was extremely strange. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. In an instant, Yi Xian also made his move. The Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was summoned. However, before he could summon his god-grade mount, a powerful aura swept over him. The aura was so powerful that even Yi Xian felt his hair stand on end. Retreat. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. However, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant rushed forward instead. Boom! Suppression. This was definitely suppression. Even without summoning a divine mount, the strength of the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was not to be trifled with. Unexpectedly, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was immediately suppressed and killed as soon as it appeared. So strong. Just a moment ago, Yi Xian was still thinking about how to investigate this place. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's only thought was to escape. Too strong. That aura was too strong. It could be said that it was a powerful existence that Yi Xian had never seen before. Yi Xian frantically retreated along the small bridge. Behind him, a group of demonized merpeople chased after him. Yi Xian didn't even dare to look back. Run! He fled frantically. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful existence on Yi Xian's first mission. It could be said that it was Yi Xian. If it had been anyone else carrying out this mission, they would have died without a doubt unless they were super strong. Yi Xian fled for his life because he knew very well that if he didn't leave, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2172. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. Yi Xian could tell from their indignant gazes that they really wanted to kill Yi Xian. They were afraid that the situation here would be exposed. Unfortunately, they couldn't leave the island. Yi Xian didn't dare delay. He quickly returned to the training camp and looked for Lu Luo. Yi Xian, why are you looking for me? Lu Luo was also surprised. Although Yi Xian was his subordinate, he basically ignored him. Apart from the annual assessment, Yi Xian basically didn't even talk to him. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to take the initiative to look for him this time. Yi Xian looked at Lu Luo. In the training camp, Lu Luo was one of the people Yi Xian was more familiar with. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly said, "Senior, do you know about the normal difficulty mission at Lingbo Lake?" News of Yi Xian accepting a mission had already spread in the training camp, especially the people from the First Division. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian would accept a mission. Naturally, there were endless discussions. Now that Yi Xian was asking him about Lingbo Lake, it seemed like Yi Xian really did accept a mission. "Yes, I know. What's the matter? Is there a problem with Lingbo Lake?" Lu Luo asked Yi Xian. "Senior, I'm afraid something big is going to happen at Lingbo Lake. I accepted a mission this time and went to check on Lingbo Lake. However, I found a seal there. After breaking it, I found a mysterious island. There are a large group of merfolk living on that island. The merfolk aren't the key. The key is that all the merfolk have demonized. Moreover, there's a super powerhouse guarding the island." "Wait a minute, Yi Xian. Did you say merfolk and merfolk? What's going on? What's the difference?" Lu Luo interrupted Yi Xian, but the point of his question was rather strange. "I'm not too sure about the specifics. To put it simply, there are two different races up there. Of course, it's also possible that there are two branches of the same race." "Senior, that's not the point. The point is that the monsters up there have been demonized." "Demonization?" Lu Luo frowned. The term demonized was not unfamiliar, but in the god realm, encountering demonized creatures or people was very rare. There were many fiend celestials, but there was a fundamental difference between demonization and fiend celestials. Demon gods were either cultivated in a different way, or they were cultivated by the demon race. However, demonization referred to people and monsters whose hearts and appearances had undergone a huge change. Cruel, bloody, violent, merciless, this kind of thing couldn't be called a human, but a beast. "Alright, Yi Xian, I got it. You rest first. I'll report this matter immediately." Lu Luo did not doubt Yi Xian's words at all. With Yi Xian's status, there was no need for him to lie. Therefore, Lu Luo quickly found the higher-ups of the training camp. This matter seemed to have suddenly disrupted the rhythm of the entire training camp, as well as Yi Xian's life. The appearance of these demonized monsters was inexplicable. It could be said that without Yi Xian's discovery, it wouldn't have caused so much trouble at all. In fact, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had investigated the Lingbo Lake mission. Many others had. Moreover, even during normal times, some people would go there. However, no one had discovered the slightest abnormality. That was because the restriction there was too strong. It could be said that if Yi Xian hadn't gone there, this secret might have been difficult to discover. At this moment, after the appearance of the demonized monster, even the battle between Ling Xuanga and the Dark Knight Empire had subconsciously slowed down. Demonizing a monster was a big deal. In the hundreds of territories of MO, there had never been such a thing. In fact, What people knew about demonized monsters came from legends. It was said that there were countless other Master God's worlds outside of their Master God's world. Among them, the Master God closest to their Master God's world was a demon god. The battle between the two Master Gods had never stopped. However, the battle usually broke out in the secret realm of battle. It was an independent battle space opened up by the two Master Gods. It was also the only point of contact between the two Master Gods' worlds. QWPM, the God's world, was an incomparably huge continent. However, this continent wasn't complete. On the continent, there were countless voids. It was said that these voids were all destroyed by battles in ancient times. These voids could be considered as hopeless. Unless one was a super strong Master God, anyone else who entered would only die. This was because they contained extremely violent natural laws. Once one entered, one would be instantly killed. These voids had undoubtedly become the best natural borders. In this way, the areas where the two Master Gods' worlds touched were naturally very important. The battle between the Master God where Yi Xian and the others were and the Demon God Master God were all concentrated on one battlefield. In other words, there shouldn't be any demonized creatures inside. Could it be that there was some huge conspiracy happening? The entire Mo Shang training camp had already started moving. Not only Mo Shang training camp, but various forces, including Ling Xian Court, had also sent out their own experts. They were prepared to set off together to find out what was going on. As Yi Xian was the first person to scout out the news, he was also asked to join the team. Yi Xian didn't mind this. In fact, even if Yi Xian wasn't asked to join, he would have taken the initiative to join. Last time, Yi Xian had escaped with great difficulty. No matter what, this time, he had to find some trouble with those demonized creatures. The team gathered 5 days later, which could be said to be extremely fast. Yi Xian and 30 over heavenly gods set off as the vanguard under the leadership of an inferior grade 3 spiritual god. Pavilion Protector Elder, is this the place you were talking about? This spiritual god was from Ling Xian Court, so he was very polite to Yi Xian. Yes, this is the place. Yi Xian answered affirmatively. After receiving Yi Xian's affirmation, everyone quickly became alert and looked around. However, they couldn't find anything. Even the inferior grade spiritual god was no exception. Pavilion Protector Elder, there's nothing here. Did you remember the wrong location? If I said this is the place, then it can't be wrong. There's a restriction here. Didn't you notice it? Restriction? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of the restriction. Generally speaking, any restriction would have a slight fluctuation. One didn't even need to come into contact with the restriction to feel it. Of course, according to the level of restriction, the strength of the fluctuation wasn't certain. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian say that there was a restriction here, everyone paid close attention. Many people even took out Dharma treasures to check the restriction. Chapter 2173. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was nothing wrong with this place. There was nothing at all. They did not notice anything strange. Yi Xian was surprised by this. However, now was not the time to argue about this. System, break the restriction here. Ding! Restriction successfully broken. In everyone's eyes, Yi Xian had just walked to a corner and stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, a bridge made of seaweed appeared in front of them. There really is a restriction here. Everyone's gaze on Yi Xian changed. Yi Xian was able to discover this restriction and break it, but they weren't able to. What did this mean? Didn't this mean that Yi Xian was a restriction master? In an instant, everyone was even more terrified of Yi Xian's mysteriousness. Yes, it was terrifying. Who exactly was Yi Xian? Why were there so many mysterious things around him? Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. After Yi Xian broke the restriction, everyone stopped hesitating and walked forward. However, just as Yi Xian was about to pass by, he heard the spiritual deity speak. Pavilion Protector Elder, please wait here for a moment. Since this restriction recovered after you left last time, it's very likely that this restriction has the ability to repair itself. In order to prevent the people behind from finding this small bridge, please stay and lead the way for the others. It could be said that the spiritual deity's cultivation level was much higher than Yi Xian's. However, Yi Xian's status was much higher than his. Naturally, he could only treat Yi Xian as an equal. Yi Xian nodded. The spiritual deity's words were reasonable. Thus, Yi Xian did not follow them. The rest of the group was only half a day late. Yi Xian did not know what they were doing during this time. Of course, Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Fortunately, the barrier hadn't been repaired yet. Thus, the crowd continued to walk forward together. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that when they entered, they only saw a few broken corpses. The dozens of people in the vanguard group were all dead. No, there was still one person who was fighting. It was the inferior spiritual deity. Quick, save him. In an instant, several experts rushed over and fought with the demonized mermaids. Soon, the inferior spiritual deity was saved. What's going on? Someone quickly asked the inferior spiritual deity. The inferior spiritual deity looked at everyone and then said, "This is probably a place. When I led the vanguard group, I heard a voice that said that it had been waiting for us." What do you mean? Speak clearly. What is this? I don't know what it means either. I only know that the voice said that it had been waiting for us for a long time. Then, those mermaids started to attack us crazily. Although the average strength of these demonized monsters is not very strong, they have some special magical abilities. Among them, the thing that you have to pay attention to the most is that these demonized monsters can be resurrected indefinitely. What? Resurrected indefinitely? This time, everyone, including Yi Xian, was stunned. Resurrection. There were indeed some people who had such a special magical ability. But resurrecting indefinitely? What was this? Let's not care about this for now. Kill. We must find out the secret of this place first. Everyone did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Yi Xian was about to charge forward, but the inferior spiritual deity of Ling Xian Court suddenly stopped Yi Xian. What do you want? Yi Xian looked at the inferior spiritual deity, not knowing what he wanted to do. Pavilion Guardian Elder, leave this place quickly. Don't hesitate and leave immediately. This place is not something we can provoke. Furthermore, a pair of eyes have been watching us. Therefore, I can only ask everyone to charge forward together. However, the others can die, but you can't. What did he mean? Yi Xian was somewhat unable to react. This fellow's words did not explain clearly what had happened. He only asked Yi Xian to leave quickly. It was not impossible to ask Yi Xian to leave, but he should at least make things clear. However, the inferior spiritual deity did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly struck out at Yi Xian with his palm. Of course, he did not want to hurt Yi Xian. In fact, his palm directly pushed Yi Xian away at an extremely fast speed. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian looked at that person as his figure flew backward, but he still continued to ask. However, a giant black hand that suddenly appeared answered Yi Xian's question. That hand had stretched out from under the island. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Yi Xian, who was about to leave. Damn it! What the hell was this? Yi Xian was shocked. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations. He had been sent flying the first time he had come here. He had to escape the second time he had come here. What the hell was this? Damn it, damn it. This feeling made Yi Xian very unhappy. The inferior spirit god suddenly jumped up and used all of his strength to block the attack for Yi Xian as he loudly shouted, "Don't worry." He shouted, "Leave quickly." Yi Xian did not know why this fellow had done this. However, when he left and looked at the island for the last time, he already knew that he was the only one who would be able to escape this time. Yi Xian's last glance caused his heart to tremble in fear, to the point of incomparable panic. Then, what exactly did Yi Xian see? It turned out that the last thing Yi Xian saw was numerous extremely enormous black hands. These enormous hands were unimaginably strong, and they could casually grab a person. It could be said that no one in the heavenly god realm could resist them. However, merely 5 domain-enlightened spirit gods had come this time. Obviously, they weren't of any use at all. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What exactly happened? Yi Xian was extremely astounded in his heart. He didn't hesitate to return directly to the training camp. At this moment, everyone in the training camp wasn't too worried about exploring Overwave Lake at all. Perhaps it could be said that this was a battle that they had absolute confidence in. However, when they saw Yi Xian return with a panicked expression, they clearly revealed different expressions. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion walked swiftly over to Yi Xian. Actually, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those devilized monsters, then perhaps he wouldn't be willing to meet Yi Xian at all. "Grandmaster Yi, what happened? Why have you returned alone? Where are the others?" He addressed Yi Xian as Grandmaster Yi. This was naturally for the sake of concealing Yi Xian's identity. "They won't be able to return." Yi Xian spoke while looking at everyone present here. The Domain-Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Chapter 2174. Wait a minute, Yi Xian. You said they won't be coming back. What's going on? The one who spoke was the camp commander of Mo Shang training camp, a mysterious guy. Of course, it was a little difficult to call him a camp commander, so everyone respectfully called him Venerable Wu Yu. Lingbo Lake is a trap. I don't know what secrets there are inside, but everyone who went there is trapped. It's almost impossible to get them back. Yi Xian replied. However, Yi Xian's words attracted criticism. Kid, what did you say? You said my brother and the others won't be coming back. You better explain yourself. You were the one who brought the news back, and you're the only one who came back. You have to explain yourself. This time, the person who spoke belonged to a faction called the 100 Buildings. It was considered a mid-tier faction in the 100 territories of Mo Shang. Yi Xian frowned. This person's words were obviously filled with suspicion. It could even be said that this person directly pointed to Yi Xian as the person who planned this conspiracy. The 100 Buildings were on good terms with the Anya Empire, so it was reasonable that they didn't like Yi Xian. However, wasn't it too much to suspect Yi Xian at this time? In an instant, Yi Xian only felt his anger rising. He glared at that person. However, someone jumped out before Yi Xian. This person was Master Moonless. Tower Master 100 Buildings, what did you say? Are you suspecting Master Yi? Huh, I suspect him. Is he not worthy of suspicion? Alright, let me ask you. Why was he the only one who discovered the secret of Lingbo Lake? So many of us went there before, but why didn't anyone discover it? Now, he's the one who brought everyone there, but no one came back. What do you think is going on? As soon as this was said, someone immediately agreed. That's right. This Yi Xian is only a mid-tier celestial god. Among the people we sent, most of them have higher cultivation than him. Why is he the only one who came back? Where are the others? If there's really any danger, why can't the others escape if this kid can? After all, there are 5 domain-enlightened spirit gods in the group. Could it be that this kid is even more formidable than domain-enlightened spirit gods? What did you say? Yi Xian's heart was already burning with anger. Although these people were very strong, Yi Xian really wanted to kill them right now. The feeling of being wronged was really uncomfortable. Not to mention that Yi Xian was only able to escape this time because that domain enlightened spirit god from Ling Xian court had risked his life to save him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, kid. Don't tell me that you shouldn't be suspected. Humph, and your Ling Xian pavilion. I suspect that your Ling Xian pavilion is colluding with this kid, deliberately trying to exhaust everyone's strength. These words were getting more and more ridiculous. Yi Xian gripped the Godslayer tightly. However, the pavilion master of Ling Xian court arrived by Yi Xian's side and shook his head lightly at Yi Xian. It could be said that no one believed Yi Xian, but the members of Ling Xian court would absolutely not doubt Yi Xian. Even if the pavilion master of Ling Xian court didn't fully acknowledge Yi Xian's identity. Kill him. Suddenly, a voice resounded. They actually wanted to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was infuriated. But what could he do? Not to mention that he was utterly unable to defeat these people. Just how was he supposed to explain this matter? Actually, it really was Yi Xian who'd noticed something unusual, and then it was Yi Xian who'd returned by himself. Especially the members of Mo Shang's training camp. At this moment, their gazes were clearly hostile. Even Lu Luo had an extremely complicated expression in his eyes. All of you are suspecting me. When Yi Xian saw the look in Lu Luo's eyes, he felt a sense of desolation in his heart. In any case, he'd been in this training camp for a period of time. However, even the people in the training camp weren't willing to believe him. How could Yi Xian feel about this? You want to kill Yi Xian? Then you'll have to step over my dead body first. Even though Ling Xian court wasn't willing to fully obey Yi Xian's orders, the pavilion master still stood by Yi Xian without hesitation when Yi Xian was in trouble. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. A portion of the people remained neutral, because they couldn't make a decision before the matter was clarified. Another portion of people really wanted to kill Yi Xian, but they couldn't help but be wary of the pavilion master of Ling Xian court. Alright, quiet down. Give me some face. This matter still needs to be investigated. It won't be too late to make a decision after the matter is clarified. Venerable Misty Voice stood up. No matter what, Yi Xian was now considered one of his people, and this was his territory. Therefore, he couldn't ignore this matter. Humph, what's wrong? Does Mo Shang's training camp also want to stand with this kid? Someone jumped out. Yi Xian didn't know any of these people, but he didn't understand why these people wanted to kill him. What good would killing Yi Xian do for them? Or could it be that they purely wanted to use Yi Xian to vent the depression and anger in their hearts? Venerable Misty Voice frowned. This person's words could be said to be too much, and it made Venerable Misty Voice quite angry. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. Reporting, seniors. Someone has returned. Someone had returned. Yi Xian finally relaxed a little, and the others looked at each other. However, they didn't hesitate and quickly walked out. When Yi Xian saw that person, he was simply terrified. At this moment, that person's entire body was emitting black qi, and one of his hands and legs had actually been demonized. Moreover, his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Fortunately, his divine sense was still clear. Quickly retreat. That thing has revived. As soon as he finished speaking, the domain enlightened spirit god fell unconscious. Second brother. The pavilion master of 100 pavilions charged over. It turned out that this person was his younger brother. QWPM. That person's words instantly cleared Yi Xian of suspicion. However, no one paid any attention to Yi Xian at all. In their eyes, Yi Xian was just an ant. Even if it was a misunderstanding, could it be that they had to apologize? That thing? What thing? Yi Xian was puzzled. However, someone dispelled Yi Xian's doubts. How could this be possible? Isn't he already dead? At that time, we attacked with all our strength and even spent an entire 100 years to refine him. Why would he revive? Moreover, he even appeared at Overwave Lake. This is impossible. That thing was destroyed a long time ago. Why would he revive? This is impossible. Chapter 2175. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ancient Sword Intent? What was that? Yi Xian frowned once again. Fortunately, Master Moonless came to Yi Xian's side and explained softly to Yi Xian. Grandmaster Yi, you might not know this, but the ancient sword intent was originally a remnant sword intent from a mysterious ancient sword. It couldn't even be considered a weapon spirit. However, after countless years of cultivation, it actually obtained an incomplete godhead, and its strength was incomparably powerful. This sword first appeared in Mo's 100 territories about 500,000 years ago. At that time, no one knew how terrifying it was. They thought it was a treasure and attracted many forces to fight over it. However, after everyone fought a bloody battle, the ancient sword killed thousands of people and broke out of the encirclement. Then, it destroyed dozens of cities and nearly 10 million people died. After that, everyone in Mo's 100 territories gathered all their forces and destroyed it after a bloody battle. It could be said that it was a disaster, a terrifying disaster. This is also the main reason why under normal circumstances, no one would search for ancient treasures. No one knows what kind of changes an ancient item will cause. So that's how it was. Who would have thought that a mere strand of ancient sword intent would cause such trouble? After hundreds of thousands of years, it actually appeared again and brought about such panic the moment it appeared. It could be said that this incident appeared very suddenly. However, it was extremely fortunate to be able to discover it in advance. If the powerful ancient sword intent that could dominate the entire Mo's 100 territory succeeded in his plan, Mo's 100 territories would probably experience another catastrophe. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was thinking about the problem, the system's voice sounded. Ding! System notice: congratulations to the host for discovering a special item, Ancient Sword Intent. This item is a super treasure that can upgrade the host's bloodline. It is recommended that the host take it. What? It's actually a good item that can upgrade my bloodline? However, is it certain that I have a way to subdue such an awesome item? Yi Xian was depressed. It was impossible for him to not be able to obtain a treasure that was useful to him after discovering it with great difficulty. Yi Xian could not accept such an outcome. No, he had to find a way to strengthen himself. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze turned towards the pavilion master of Ling Xian Court. It seemed that there were many good things in Ling Xian Court. However, Yi Xian had not completely subdued Ling Xian Court yet. It seemed that he would have to pay a price in exchange for the benefits he wanted. Pavilion Master Ling Xian, is it convenient to find a place to talk? Yi Xian said to the Pavilion Master of Ling Xian Pavilion. Ling Xian Pavilion's Pavilion Master's heart skipped a beat. He was very clear about Yi Xian's status. It could be said that if Yi Xian really wanted to force him to submit, he really wouldn't be able to refuse. As for the reason? The reason why the ancient remnant clan obeyed the ancient god emperor was not only because of his status, but also because the ancient god emperor had a way to control them. In fact, the ancient era's remnant clans were all slaves of the ancient god emperor during the ancient era. Moreover, they had been marked as slaves during that era. It was different from the method used to control slaves. What controlled them was their bloodline and their soul. To put it simply, when Yi Xian obtained the ancient god emperor's inheritance, which was the divine seal, he had already inherited complete control over them. It was just that Yi Xian didn't know this at all. QWPM: if Yi Xian lived, they would live. If Yi Xian died, Yi Xian only needed to say one word and they would all be buried with him. That wasn't all. Most importantly, they had no right to refuse Yi Xian at all. This was because Yi Xian's every word had the power to oppress their souls. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't know about this, so Pavilion Master Ling Xian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. "Alright, Grandmaster Yi, this way please." Although Pavilion Master Ling Xian really wanted to display the attitude of an expert in front of Yi Xian, once he spoke, his tone changed and he still appeared somewhat respectful. Soon, Yi Xian and Pavilion Master Ling Xian arrived at a room. Pavilion Master Ling Xian casually set up a simple restriction before asking Yi Xian, "Grandmaster Yi, do you know what I'm talking about?" "Grandmaster Yi, why are you looking for me?" "It's like this. I want to discuss a deal with you. I'm not sure if you're interested." "Haha. Grandmaster Yi, please explain what the deal is." Pavilion Master Ling Xian was a little puzzled. He didn't know what Yi Xian wanted to discuss with him. "Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I hope to set up an absolute defense restriction for you in exchange for a batch of treasures from Ling Xian Pavilion to increase your strength." Yes, this was Yi Xian's trump card. Back when Yi Xian had broken through the restriction mountain, he had obtained an absolute defense restriction. Although that thing couldn't be imparted to anyone, Yi Xian could use it. When Yi Xian mentioned the absolute defense restriction, Pavilion Master Ling Xian already knew what it was. After all, he was a servant of the ancient God Emperor. Yi Xian's inheritance also came from the ancient God Emperor. Therefore, he naturally knew what the absolute defense restriction was. In fact, regardless of whether Ling Xian Pavilion was willing or not, he could only agree. "Sure." Pavilion Master Ling Xian's reply was very brief. He didn't even ask what Yi Xian wanted in exchange. Of course, someone would naturally negotiate with Yi Xian about this matter. If Pavilion Master Ling Xian were to negotiate, he would probably agree to whatever Yi Xian said. Therefore, Pavilion Master Ling Xian was still a little smart. However, what was the use of being smart like this? Yi Xian was anxious to improve his strength, so he didn't waste any time and went straight to Ling Xian Pavilion's main pavilion. This was Ling Xian Pavilion's headquarters, and it occupied an extremely large area. However, Yi Xian wouldn't surround the entire place with restrictions. All he needed to do was surround Ling Xian Pavilion's main hall with restrictions. This matter only took Yi Xian 3 days. Perhaps it would really take a long time for someone else to set it up, but Yi Xian had the help of the system, so it was naturally very fast. Ever since Pavilion Master Ling Xian had parted ways with Yi Xian, he had been deliberately avoiding Yi Xian. The person in charge of contacting Yi Xian was Master Ku. "Grandmaster Yi, your restrictions are simply too perfect. I believe that unless a sovereign personally intervenes, no one will be able to break them." What a powerful and profound restriction. I, Ku, have seen countless restrictions in my life, but I've never seen Grandmaster Yi's restriction before. Haha, as long as you're satisfied, then can you give me my reward? Chapter 2176. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he didn't expect to receive so much at first. According to Yi Xian's thinking, it would be good enough if he could get some treasures, but he didn't expect that he would be given 20 pavilions as his direct subordinates. Perhaps it didn't seem to be of much use on the surface, but that wasn't the case. Strictly speaking, these 20 pavilions were already considered Yi Xian's own forces. In other words, Yi Xian could establish his own forces from today onwards. If one day, the sect system was reopened, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Even now, with 20 branches, Yi Xian would still be able to obtain a stable income. Yi Xian was poor, very poor. He couldn't even take out 10,000 divine crystals. Alright, deal. Even though they were both from the same force, they both had their own plans. This meant that Yi Xian and Ling Xian court were destined to be at odds. Giving Yi Xian 20 pavilions was nothing to Ling Xian court. One had to know that Ling Xian court had more than 10,000 pavilions in the hundreds of territories. However, it was a huge gain for Yi Xian. According to Yi Xian's request, these 20 pavilions were all located in the territory of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. Among them, Yi Xian's first pavilion was Ling Xian Courts. Yi Xian still remembered Elder Lin from that pavilion. He was an amiable old man. Back then, Yi Xian's strength was average. When Yi Xian first came to the God realm, it was Elder Lin who gave Yi Xian his first benefit. Now, Yi Xian naturally wanted to thank him properly. Yi Xian once said that he would repay Elder Lin if he had the chance. Now was naturally an opportunity. Yi Xian didn't have any experience in managing an auction. Therefore, he immediately gave out an order. He promoted Elder Lin to the position of regional supervising elder and was responsible for all matters related to Ling Xian's 20 pavilions. Of course, Ling Xian didn't go over himself. That Elder Lin would never have imagined that his kindness back then would be exchanged for the benefits he had today. Yi Xian returned to his residence in the Mo Shang training camp. Although he was a little disappointed with the Mo Shang training camp, Yi Xian did not have any other place to stay for the time being. Moreover, Fian was still here. When he returned to his room, he couldn't wait to check the things that Ling Xian Gu had given him. Needless to say, Ling Xian Pavilion was not stingy. Unfortunately, these treasures that were priceless in the outside world only had one use for Yi Xian. System, have you finished checking? Are there any treasures worth keeping? Ding. System notification, no special items were found in this test. Alright, since that's the case, let's devour them all. It's time to level up. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 5th grade medium level heavenly god. Was it only upgraded to the 5th rank? Although it could be said that he had leveled up 4 times in a row, Yi Xian was not satisfied. One had to know that the enemy he was going to face next was extremely powerful. In Yi Xian's heart, his enemy was not only the ancient sword intent, but also the people who had humiliated him that day. Yi Xian would not let any of them go. It seemed that for a moment, the matter regarding the Lingbo Lake had stopped. However, everyone was very clear that this was just the calm before the big battle. Around the Lingbo Lake, various forces had already built countless camps. There were powerhouses stationed at all times, observing at all times. The entire Lingbo Lake had been completely sealed off. No one was willing to face that catastrophe again, so everyone hoped to be clear of the danger in advance. It was just that they hadn't made a move yet. Without sufficient preparation, no one dared to rashly start a war. Before the storm came, Yi Xian continued to accept missions and earn points. Yi Xian discovered the secret of the Lingbo Lake, but he was not treated as a hero. Instead, he was treated as a jinx. For a moment, the entire training camp hid far away from him. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not care at all. In a short 3 months, Yi Xian had earned 10,000 points. Only he, Yi Xian, could achieve such a terrifying speed. Then, why was Yi Xian working so hard to earn points? It turned out that there was a vermilion grass spirit in the Mo Shang training camp. No more, no less, exactly 10,000 points. On this day, Yi Xian went directly to the exchange center to exchange for the vermilion grass spirit. Young Master Yi, what would you like to order? Yi Xian was already known by everyone in the Mo Shang training camp. Of course, whether it was good or bad intentions, only they knew. Oh, I would like to exchange for a treasure. Okay, what treasure would young Master Yi like to exchange for? The vermilion grass spirit. The vermilion grass spirit? Young Master Yi, the vermilion grass spirit requires 10,000 points. Are you sure you want to exchange for it? I'm sure. Yi Xian was sure. He now had 10,050 points. After exchanging for the vermilion grass spirit, he only had 50 points left. It could be said that it was very, very close. He could be expelled at any time. However, Yi Xian did not care at all. In the beginning, Yi Xian came to the Mo Shang training camp to investigate the secrets of the Mo Shang pavilion. However, after such a long time, there was no result at all. Then, what was the point of Yi Xian staying here? In addition to the previous incident, Yi Xian was already prepared to leave this place. There was no reason for Yi Xian to stay here. Besides, all the force's attention was on the Lingbo Lake. Who would care about Yi Xian's little tricks? Therefore, Yi Xian was already prepared to enter the Mo Shang pavilion. On this day, Yi Xian brought Fian and left the Mo Shang training camp. However, his departure did not attract anyone's attention at all. This was because Yi Xian did not even greet the training camp and directly left. Perhaps, the only one who would feel regret was that Lu Luo. In fact, Lu Luo regretted it when he found out that Yi Xian had been wronged. No matter what, Yi Xian was considered half a disciple of his, even if the two of them had almost no contact. However, in Lu Luo's heart, he did not really care about Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian could be said to be the disciple he was most proud of. Unfortunately, he did not express his goodwill, and Yi Xian did not care about him at all. After Yi Xian left, the entire Mo Shang training camp was almost the same as before. Only Lu Luo's heart was filled with pain. Of course, Yi Xian's departure was not without movement. Yi Xian did not have many friends in the training camp, but he had many enemies. Many people were jealous of Yi Xian's talent, jealous of Yi Xian's strength, and also jealous of Yi Xian's Fian. Therefore, after Yi Xian left, there were actually people who secretly celebrated. Chapter 2177. Young Master, where are we going? Fian was suddenly informed to leave by Yi Xian. Although she didn't ask much, she still found it a little strange. Yes, I'm preparing to join a Mo Shang pavilion, but I don't need you to join this time, because I'm not going to do anything good. When we get there, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. You can stay there for the time being, and wait for me to finish my business. Alright, I understand. QWPM Fian didn't care what Yi Xian had arranged. In any case, she would do whatever Yi Xian arranged. Mo Shang Pavilion didn't accept disciples all the time, but they could go there normally. However, they would need to pass the 5 stages normally, and it was much stricter than when they were accepting disciples. Of course, Yi Xian was completely confident. Mo Shang training camp could be considered to be the first and only place Yi Xian temporarily stayed in after coming to the divine realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for the humiliation of that misunderstanding, perhaps Yi Xian wouldn't have left so quickly. Therefore, when Yi Xian left, he left a restriction in Mo Shang training camp where he originally lived. Of course, only Luo Qi knew about this. Luo Qi was Fian's friend, and in Yi Xian's heart, she could be considered half a friend. Leaving that restriction was his remembrance of Mo Shang training camp, and at the same time, it was also for Luo Qi and the others. Yi Xian had a feeling. Not long after, perhaps a shocking battle would break out in Mo Shang training camp. This feeling was just Yi Xian's subjective judgment without any basis. It was just Yi Xian's own guess, so he didn't tell anyone. After all, who knew if this would happen? Very quickly, Yi Xian and Fian arrived at the mountain gate of Mo Shang Pavilion. Mo Shang Pavilion, as the strongest force in the 100 territories, occupied a huge area. However, there was only one entrance, because when Mo Shang Pavilion was first established, it was chosen as a dangerous place. Mo Shang Pavilion was surrounded by endless mountains. Of course, these endless mountains weren't considered dangerous places. However, the strange thing was that at the end of the endless mountains was a natural danger zone that anyone below Lord level would find difficult to cross. Up until now, no one had been able to successfully pass through. On top of that, the Mozheng Pavilion had deliberately strengthened the restrictions. Thus, there were only 2 ways to enter the Mozheng Pavilion. The first option was to use the teleportation formation to directly enter. However, Mo Xianxia naturally couldn't set up a teleportation formation casually. The second method was to walk through the only entrance. Halt! Who are you waiting for? Just as Yi Xian reached the entrance, two people blocked his path and looked at Yi Xian warily. Yi Xian already knew that the Mo Xianxia pavilion was heavily guarded, but he didn't expect it to be this tight. It was obviously a sect, but there were countless hidden and open sentries. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to enter. This junior came from the Mo Xianxia training camp, and hopes to enter the Mo Xianxia pavilion to learn martial arts. Yi Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Don't go to training camp? So that's how it is. What's your name? A white-clothed figure appeared before Yi Xian, and he smiled as he gazed at Yi Xian. My name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian seemed to be slightly respectful. After all, this person's cultivation was at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and he was absolutely not someone that Yi Xian could easily offend. You're Yi Xian? That person seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard Yi Xian's answer. Never had he imagined that Yi Xian would actually know Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian's main objective for behaving so strangely in the Mo Xianxia training camp was to draw the attention of others. So, it wasn't strange that someone had found out about him. Yes, I'm Yi Xian. Huh. I never expected that it really was you. Weren't you doing well in the Mo Xianxia training camp? Why did you leave? That person started laughing because Yi Xian's reputation was widespread in the Mo Xianxia pavilion. After all, he was the first on the genius rankings. So, how could Mo Xianxia pavilion not know of him? Huh. Since Senior knows me, then you're naturally aware that I was misunderstood when I took the risk to investigate over Wave Lake that day, right? I was truly unwilling to continue staying there because I was unable to endure such humiliation, said Yi Xian. This was a flawless excuse, and it could be considered to be a reasonable reason as well. So that's how it is. Yi Xian, I'm here to tell you that no matter where you are, such matters are unavoidable. The Ling Xian Pavilion and the Dark Knight Empire went to war because of you, and the scope of the battle can even be said to include the entire territory. Moreover, your reputation as the first on the genius rankings is extremely enviable. Most importantly, you don't have strength. So long as you don't possess strength that instills fear in others, then no matter how great your natural talent is, you'll never be worthy of having the right to be respected by others. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yi Xian naturally understood. However, he'd never imagined that this person would actually tell him so clearly. Junior understands. In fact, it's precisely because of this that I'm begging Master Mo Xianxia Pavilion. Since that's the case, then follow me. If you want to enter my Mo Xianxia Pavilion, you must go through 5 tests. No matter who it is, it's unavoidable. I'll bring you over now. Oh right, I'm the 5th hall, Ming Kong. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to the 5th hall to find me. 5th hall, Senior. Can you tell me more about Mo Xianxia Pavilion? After all, I'm about to enter the sect, asked Yi Xian as he followed that person forward. One had to know that he'd actually come to Mo Xianxia Pavilion to gather information. You're quite confident. However, with your talent, those 5 tests indeed won't be able to stop you, so there's no harm in telling you. The outside world only knows that Mo Xianxia Pavilion is a single entity. However, very few people know that Mo Xianxia Pavilion is divided into 10 main halls. The 10 main halls do their own things. If there's no order from the pavilion master, they usually don't interfere with each other. The first hall is the strongest and is personally managed by the pavilion master. It's incomparably mysterious and is also the place that everyone in Mo Xianxia Pavilion wants to enter the most. The second hall to the 4th hall are called the inner chambers. They're considered the core of Mo Xianxia Pavilion's elites. As for the rest, including my 5th hall, they're actually the outer chambers. Of course, you shouldn't underestimate the back 6 halls just because they're called the outer chambers. In fact, the back 6 halls' strength shouldn't be underestimated either. Yi Xian nodded. At least he had a preliminary understanding of the 10 halls of Mo Shang Pavilion. Then, why did this person tell Yi Xian all this and specifically point out that the 5th hall wasn't weak? His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Once Yi Xian joined, he would have to choose a hall to join. This person's intention was obviously for Yi Xian to choose the 5th hall. After all, with the talent that Yi Xian had displayed, it was even possible for him to join the 1st hall. However, he didn't know that even without his words, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't join the 1st hall. This was because it was obvious that the 1st hall was probably the place that Yi Xian had to be wary of the most. Yi Xian had always known that Mo Shang Pavilion was a puppet of the Annihilation Organization. Of course, he only knew this in the past. However, from the looks of it now, Mo Shang Pavilion wasn't completely controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Chapter 2178. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It didn't matter if it was because the Annihilation Organization was afraid of something or if they didn't have the ability to fully control the Mozhang Pavilion. However, one thing was certain. Yi Xian still had room to maneuver within the Mozhang Pavilion. It should be said that this news was good news for Yi Xian. After passing through several checkpoints, Yi Xian finally arrived at one of his targets. Yi Xian, do you see what's in front? This is the first test. Yi Xian lifted his head to look. In front of him was a staircase so long that he couldn't see the end. It was a staircase that could only allow one person to pass. Beside the Absolute Heaven staircase, there was an ordinary path. Clearly, the Absolute Heaven staircase was built specifically for the purpose of testing. Yi Xian, you have to be careful. Walking up from here isn't as simple as you think. There will be a powerful pressure here, and this pressure will automatically adjust according to your current cultivation level. You must remember, if you can't withstand it, then don't force your way through. Otherwise, once you fall down the Absolute Heaven staircase, you'll be severely injured at the very least, and your body will be smashed to pieces at the very least. Do you understand? I understand. Good, then go up. I'll wait for you at the exit. Yi Xian nodded and walked up the staircase. However, Yi Xian was still a little confused. Why was this person directly in charge of his test? Were there no special examiners? Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that there were special examiners. However, the competition between the 6 halls was extremely intense. Therefore, the reason why this person wanted to overstep his boundaries was because he wanted to leave a good impression on Yi Xian. In that case, when Yi Xian chose which hall to go to, their chances of entering the 5th hall would be greater. As Yi Xian walked up the Absolute Heaven staircase, he did indeed feel the existence of the pressure. Moreover, as Yi Xian walked forward, the pressure also increased step by step. However, this kind of pressure wasn't the slightest bit of pressure to Yi Xian. The first stage was nothing more than this. When Yi Xian walked up, he saw that person waiting for him at the exit. This time around, it was not only that person. Instead, there were many others. Yi Xian, come, let me introduce you. These people are the elders of the inner and outer 9 pavilions. This time, they have specially come to watch you pass the test. Watch me break through. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Was there a need for that? Of course, he didn't dare to say this out loud. Alright, next, you can enter the second stage. In the second stage, you can use any method you want, and your only goal is to cross the single plank bridge. Of course, you will encounter some obstacles on the single plank bridge. Alright, you can go now. The one who spoke was a person with an incomparably stiff expression. It seemed like this was the person in charge of Yi Xian's assessment. Yi Xian did not hesitate and stepped onto the single plank bridge. Ding! System notification, detected special treasure, soul wood. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What was going on? This single plank bridge used for the assessment was actually a special treasure? System, what is the use of this soul wood? Ding! System notification, soul wood can be used to refine a special soul-controlling magic treasure. This magic treasure can affect the people around it invisibly. This effect is very subtle and not easy to detect. What? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. As expected, this Mo Shang Pavilions was not a good place. Now, Yi Xian was only taking the entrance assessment, but he had already encountered something like the soul wood. Then, how many other similar treasures were hidden in the Mo Shang Pavilions? System, can you protect my soul? I don't want to be contaminated. Ding! System notification, this soul wood will not cause any harm to the host. That was good. Yi Xian was relieved. If he hadn't even entered the Mo Shang Pavilions and his opinion had been changed, then it would be a tragedy. Yi Xian stepped onto the soul wood and could clearly feel the strong attraction from his soul, as if it wanted to devour Yi Xian's soul. If there wasn't a system notification, Yi Xian would definitely have mistaken this as a suppression method for the assessment. However, with the system notification, Yi Xian was very clear in his heart that the effect of the soul wood had already been activated. Yi Xian also had many treasures that could affect the soul. In addition, his bloodline was strong, so he was able to resist it. However, it was only an assessment now. Then, how many more such things were hidden in the Mo Shang Pavilions? It seemed that strengthening his soul strength was unavoidable. Of course, he had to mention Fian here. During this period of time, Fian had continuously used food to strengthen Yi Xian. Among them, the main strengthening was at the soul level. It seemed that Fian had her own plans for making food for Yi Xian to eat. On top of the soul wood, there were indeed some divine beasts that tried to stop Yi Xian from advancing, but they were no threat to Yi Xian at all. Although the next 3 tests could be considered difficult, they really couldn't threaten Yi Xian. Finally, after an entire 7 days of assessment, Yi Xian could be considered to have succeeded. At this moment, Yi Xian was brought to a large hall. Other than the first hall, the other 9 halls had each sent their own people. It seemed that it was time to decide the ownership of Yi Xian. Outside this hall, there were many people gathered. Most of these people had joined the Mo Shang Pavilions last time. However, no one in the 9 halls was willing to accept them, so they were still dawdling here. According to the rules of the Mo Shang Pavilions, if no one was willing to accept them, then they could only choose to leave after 3 years. In fact, being able to leave was also a blessing for them. However, Yi Xian couldn't leave. Fortunately, Yi Xian couldn't say that no one wanted him. You are Yi Xian. The leading elder looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile in his eyes. Yes, this disciple is Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. To be able to pass the test in 7 days, your talent is indeed extraordinary. The second hall wants you. The elder said domineeringly. Of course, how could it be possible to accept Yi Xian so easily? Last time, Nangong Yu and Bei Chendong were taken in by the second hall. This time, shouldn't this Yi Xian belong to the third hall? Someone stood out and directly wanted to snatch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone else immediately stood out. Didn't the third hall also get that big foot? The fourth hall doesn't have any good seedlings. No matter what, even if it's an equal split, it should be the fourth hall's turn, right? Chapter 2179. Gentlemen, shouldn't you consider Yi Xian's choice? When Yi Xian passed the test just now, he displayed an impressive ability in the area of restriction. Among the 10 great palaces of the Mo Shang Pavilion, only the 7th palace is in charge of restriction. Shouldn't Yi Xian belong to the 7th palace? I'm sure all of you understand the principle of exhausting one's talents. Exhausting one's talents? That's what I'm thinking too. This lad summoned 1,000 mythical beasts at the 4th stage. It's obvious that he's good at taming beasts. Our DC Hall is in charge of managing mythical beasts. Isn't his talent in taming beasts suitable for our 4th palace? Everyone looked at each other as if they wanted to divide Yi Xian into 9 and take one away each. Speaking of which, the Mo Shang Pavilion's test was really not simple. It forced Yi Xian to reveal his trump cards. Of course, these trump cards were just for show. What was Yi Xian's real trump card? It was the system. As long as the system was around, everything else was nothing. However, even the things that Yi Xian had shown made everyone want to take them away immediately. However, Yi Xian had already made up his mind. Therefore, when the elder of the 2nd palace asked Yi Xian to make his choice, Yi Xian replied without hesitation. Seniors, since I, Yi Xian, have joined the Mo Shang Pavilion, doesn't that mean that whoever cultivates in the Mo Shang Pavilion belongs to the Mo Shang Pavilion? I'm not talented, but I met the 5th palace when I came here. I believe in fate, so I've decided to join the 5th palace. The 5th palace? Fate? Of course, Yi Xian did not believe in fate, but this was no doubt a good excuse. The others looked at the people from the 5th palace and felt annoyed. They understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. When he came to the Mo Shanga, the first person he came into contact with was from the 5th palace. However, what kind of fate was this? It was just a coincidence that the people from the 5th palace were in charge of patrolling that day. However, since Yi Xian had already spoken to such an extent, what else could they say? Yi Xian had already said that all the palaces were not his people. Even a new disciple had such awareness. Could it be that they, the elders, didn't have the same awareness? Alright, since Yi Xian has already made his decision, we will respect Yi Xian's decision. Yi Xian, come over here. This is a congratulatory gift from the 2nd hall. Take it as a welcome to our Mo Shang Pavilion. He said that he would follow Yi Xian's decision, but at this time, he was still trying to rope in Yi Xian. What that person took out was a treasure that even Yi Xian was tempted by. The ancient demon's heart. It's actually the ancient demon's heart. 2nd hall elder, you are really generous. Yes, it was the ancient demon's heart. It could be said that this item was a top-notch material for refining one's body. The ancient demon referred to the ancient demon god. Although the ancient demon's heart in this person's hand was only a sky celestial's ancient demon's heart, it was still an incredible item. One had to know that the ancient demon god's inheritance was almost completely severed. A sky celestial's ancient demon's heart was an extremely rare item. Alright, since the 2nd hall master is so generous, the 3rd hall will not be stingy either. Yi Xian, take this item. Yi Xian received the item that the 3rd hall elder handed over and was once again slightly shocked. Tree spirit. It couldn't be. Yi Xian needed 4 types of materials to fuse with the flower spirit swordsman. Yi Xian had originally planned to spend a lot of time collecting them. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain 3? Treasure, this was definitely a treasure. This is nothing. Today, I am going to give Yi Xian a great opportunity. Kid, with this token, you will have a chance to go there to seek opportunities. Take care of yourself. 4th hall elder, you actually gave this item to him. What a big deal. Your 4th palace is really generous. Yi Xian held the item that looked like a teleportation talisman in his hand, but he was a little confused. What exactly was this item? Was it worth making such a fuss about? Of course, Yi Xian was very clear that this was definitely a treasure. Hence, no matter what it was, Yi Xian would definitely make good use of it. Come, let's continue. Yi Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. Now that he had obtained 3 items, each of them could be considered a great treasure. There were also the 6 halls. Shouldn't they show some appreciation? Aren't you all competing? Aren't you all trying to compare your strength in front of me? Then, throw treasures at me, I like it. Yi Xian's heart was already twisted with joy, but he still stood there obediently on the surface. Needless to say, other than the fifth hall, the other halls really did leave gifts for Yi Xian. To be honest, this kind of behavior could be considered to be one of a kind. However, a disciple who could make the 9 halls fight over him at the same time was a rare existence in itself. Hence, it was not strange that he would do something that went against common sense. Yi Xian looked at the 5th hall elder eagerly. Speaking of which, the other halls had already expressed their intentions, so why did the 5th hall elder not do so? It couldn't be that Yi Xian had chosen the worst hall, right? Then wouldn't Yi Xian have suffered a great loss? However, at this moment, the disciple who had brought Yi Xian in at the beginning suddenly blinked at him. Yi Xian understood that there was a chance. After Yi Xian's ownership was decided, he immediately left with the 5th hall elder. But halfway there, the 5th hall elder left first, leaving only the disciple to lead the way for Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not know why, but he did not ask. After the 5th hall elder left, that disciple immediately laughed heartily. "Huh, good fellow, you've struck it big this time. Speaking of which, why didn't such a good thing happen when I first entered the sect?" Senior, please don't make fun of me. Do you think you're still coveting those things of mine? Call me senior brother. I say, kid, you're so obedient after getting such a good deal. In the future, you can just call me senior brother Wang. Kid, you've struck it big this time. Why do you think our elder rushed back alone? He went to prepare a gift for you. What? Prepare a gift for him? Yi Xian was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. Don't be in a daze. Let's go. You've struck it big this time. Even I am tempted by those things. I'm even considering whether I should find a chance to beat you up with a stick and then snatch all your things after you get your gift. I'm so jealous. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This guy was not like this just now. However, since this guy had said it so bluntly, it was obvious that he did not covet Yi Xian's things at all. Chapter 2180. You pig head, a greeting gift is naturally a greeting gift. Let me tell you, generally speaking, only the palace you join will give you a greeting gift. Occasionally, a genius will attract the attention of the other palaces and they will also give you a greeting gift. However, such a thing is extremely rare. Moreover, every time the other palaces give you a greeting gift, the palace you join will have to bleed a lot. It must surpass the gifts given by the other palaces. This is the tradition of our Mo Shang pavilion. The bitter smile on Yi Xian's face became more and more awkward. This senior brother Wang, Yi Xian, was becoming more and more unreliable. Yi Xian really couldn't tell that this guy was a righteous person just now. When Yi Xian joined the Mo Shang pavilion, this guy immediately revealed his true colors. Pig head. Damn, if Yi Xian was a pig head, then who in the world wasn't a pig head? However, Yi Xian could only accept it. Who asked this guy to be so obviously kind? Hehe, I almost forgot. It seems like I have to show my sincerity. It's over, it's over. Then, Yi Xian, how about we discuss something? What orders does senior brother Wang have? It's not an order, it's a discussion. Can we discuss it? Then, can we pretend that we don't know each other today? Can we get to know each other tomorrow? Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly senior brother Wang, how could he speak like this? This guy, wasn't he just unwilling to give him a greeting gift? Moreover, it wasn't like he had to give him a greeting gift. Who knew that before Yi Xian could say anything, senior brother Wang continued to speak. Forget it, forget it. Who asked me to be unlucky? How did I become your senior brother? Fine, I admit defeat this time. Here, take this. What a loss, what a loss. Ding. System notification, detected special treasure, spirit of spirit god wings. Ding. System notification, spirit god is not a realm, but a deity cultivated from a special spirit body. Ding. System notification, spirit of spirit god wings possesses powerful auxiliary abilities. Once it recognizes a master, it will give the host unimaginable benefits. Living thing. Object. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that senior brother Wang would actually give Yi Xian a sex toy. The most important thing was that this item had actually triggered a system notification. It seemed like it was not a simple item. This. Senior brother Wang, I can't accept this. I can tell that senior brother Wang is very fond of it. I can't take away what you love. Sister, don't give me that. I'm sure you can't wait to take it away. Stop grumbling in front of me. Be careful or I won't give it to you if I regret it. If I tell you to take it, just take it. Cut the crap. Yi Xian was speechless. Even if what he said was the truth, there was no need to say it out loud. Wouldn't it make Yi Xian feel awkward? However, Yi Xian was willing to become friends with such a person. Therefore, Yi Xian did not beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, all right, then I'll accept it. How about this? If there are any good things in my room, senior brother Wang can also choose one. TSK, you brat. Why would I care about your things? Do you know who my father is? My father is the 5th palace master. Humph, the things I gave you might be my leftovers. Yi Xian almost fell to the ground. Because of this fellow's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked. He was actually the son of the 5th palace master. No wonder he was so arrogant and did not act like a disciple of Mo Shang Pavilion. This guy was probably not an ordinary person in Mo Shang Pavilion. Looking at this senior brother Wang in front of him, Yi Xian really did not know what to say. This guy could be considered the first weirdo that Yi Xian had met in the realm of the gods. Alright, so the things you gave me were your leftovers. Then, shouldn't you compensate me? Perhaps influenced by this guy, Yi Xian spoke with a hint of mockery. Don't think about my things. I don't have anything good to give you. Go play somewhere else. Let's go back quickly. When senior brother Wang heard Yi Xian's words, he immediately rushed forward. Yi Xian finally could not hold back his laughter. You brat, you actually dare to tease me. Pada. A slap landed on Yi Xian's shoulder, but Yi Xian laughed even harder. No matter what, this senior brother Wang had made Yi Xian relax a lot. At the same time, it also made Yi Xian understand that Mo Shang Pavilion was not completely under the control of the Annihilation Organization. It was likely that the Annihilation Organization only controlled the first palace. In that case, this senior brother Wang was worth making friends with Yi Xian. Let's go, senior brother Wang. Let's go back quickly. This time, it was Yi Xian's turn to walk in front. Senior brother Wang's face was full of displeasure as he spoke angrily. Go? Go my ass. Do you know the way? Follow me. Of course, this only made Yi Xian laugh even harder. Soon, the two of them arrived at the 5th palace. QWPM however, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the 5th palace only had slightly more than 300 people. Compared to the other palaces, which had tens of thousands of people, the 5th palace's strength was a little weak. However, when Yi Xian looked at senior brother Wang, he understood. Senior brother Wang was probably going to be the successor of the 5th palace's palace master. It was a pity that he looked like this. The 5th palace was weak and had few people. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, when Yi Xian had entered the 5th palace, neither Yi Xian nor the system had noticed anything strange. So you're Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. You look quite classy. The fifth palace master, who was also Yi Xian's future master, arrived in front of Yi Xian. However, as soon as he spoke, Yi Xian already knew why senior brother Wang was so amusing. It was because his father was similar to him. Your disciple greets the master. Yi Xian could not bring himself to feel any negative emotions towards the fifth palace master. Who knew that this guy would immediately laugh when he heard how Yi Xian addressed him? Waha, did you hear that? You heard that? You want to steal my disciple? You guys are still too inexperienced. Now that Yi Xian has acknowledged me as his master, you have nothing to say. Yi Xian blinked. Since he had been assigned to the fifth palace, didn't that mean that the fifth palace master was his master? You brat, who told you that he's your master? What are you going to learn from him? Hey, junior brother, how can you say that? Why can't I take in disciples? Junior brother, you have to explain yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of here today. Who knew that the fifth palace master would become anxious? However, no one seemed to care about him. The elder continued to speak to Yi Xian. Chapter 2181. Consider my ass. Junior brother, you can't sow discord. Be careful or I'll punish you. Yi Xian, don't listen to him. You're my disciple. I'll beat whoever tries to snatch you away. Hall master, among the few of us, who can you beat? QWPM, me, the fifth palace master was speechless. What was this? Yi Xian felt like he had been cheated. Why did he feel like he had been cheated after joining the fifth palace? What are you all doing gathered here? Not doing anything? Suddenly, a voice was heard. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The fifth palace master was extremely pleased with himself. Mother. Senior brother Wang, on the other hand, ran over happily. The others also shouted respectfully. Greetings, senior sister. Senior sister, why did you come out early this time? Senior sister? Mother? She was the fifth palace master's wife? What a beauty, what a high cultivation. Yi Xian was shocked. No wonder the fifth palace master was able to sit on the palace master's seat despite his ordinary strength. I heard that a new disciple came to our fifth palace. Of course I had to come out and take a look. In the last 10 times we accepted disciples, no one joined us. I really don't know what you elders are doing. Everyone looked at each other, but their gazes were all on the fifth palace master. Their intentions were obvious. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, not him. Why? Are you pushing everything to your senior brother? Do you need me to give you some tasks? No, senior sister. I still have things to do. I'll go first. Senior sister, senior brother just accepted a disciple. I think you all must have a good celebration. I won't disturb you. Who knew that these people, who were extremely arrogant in front of the fifth palace master, would be so timid in front of the palace master's wife? Stop. The palace master's wife spoke. Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks. Since you all know that your senior brother has accepted a disciple, and it's the first new disciple of the fifth palace in 100 years, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Was this considered extortion? But it was for Yi Xian. Yi Xian had an awkward expression on his face. The fifth hall was completely out of Yi Xian's expectations. This force seemed to be very interesting. The fifth hall only had a total of 6 elders. Compared to the other halls, their strength was not even worth mentioning. However, it had to be said that life here was much more casual. Of course. The 6 elders seemed to be very afraid of the palace mistress. At this moment, all of them ran up to Yi Xian and threw an interspatial ring to him. Obviously, they were prepared. After leaving behind the interspatial rings, the 6 elders left dejectedly. Yi Xian found it hilarious. However, someone laughed before Yi Xian did. It was senior brother Wang. It would be fine if he didn't laugh, but once he did, it would be a tragedy. Tian, come here. Senior brother Wang's full name was Wang Tianjin. Yes, he lived up to his name. Ah, mother, you're looking for me? Yes, let your father and Yi Xian have a good chat here. Come with mother. Mother wants to see if your cultivation has improved. Senior brother Wang's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he was very afraid. However, after the two of them left, the fifth palace master immediately returned to his previous state. Oh, my God, they're finally gone. Fortunately, they didn't scold me this time. By the way, Yi Xian, you still have 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, but they're all out on missions. This is a meeting gift for you. That group of scammers gave you so many good things and made me bleed. Well, if you have nothing to do, go play by yourself. If you want to cultivate, go directly to the cultivation pavilion and choose whatever you want to learn. Anyway, this old man won't give you anything carelessly. Let me think, is there anything else? Oh, that's right. If you want to go out and play, go look for your senior brother Wang. However, the two of you shouldn't go overboard. Otherwise, your master will definitely be taught a lesson by your master's wife. Oh right, help me keep an eye on your senior brother Wang. This guy is always running to the 7th palace and he always makes me his scapegoat. Tell him not to go there if he has nothing better to do. Damn it, he's such a disgrace. F***ck. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This was his master. This was Yi Xian's F***king master in Immortal Pavilion? Was he really here to teach him how to cultivate? Even when Yi Xian walked out of the main hall, he was still in a daze. He had met countless people and received many inheritances, but this was the first time Yi Xian had met such an eccentric master. It could be said that he was the only one. When Yi Xian walked out, he was even more stunned by the situation outside. The 5th palace had 300 disciples. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Because of their eccentric palace master, most of the disciples cultivated under the 6 great elders. However, these people's cultivation methods could also be called eccentric. There wasn't the slightest bit of unity that a large sect should have. Instead, they cultivated whatever they wanted, and their treasures were even more bizarre. Yi Xian even wondered if he had entered a camp of eccentrics. He even suspected that he hadn't come to Immortal Pavilion. Hey, it's junior brother Wang. Junior brother Yi, do you want to come with us to the back mountain to hunt for divine beasts? I heard that Li Ju was chased by a divine beast a few days ago. We're going to avenge him. Senior brothers, I won't go. Senior brother Wang dragged me to the 7th palace. You know senior brother Wang's temper. If I don't go, he'll definitely block my door again. Junior brother Yi, good luck then. I heard that master's wife is coming out of seclusion in a few days. You too, be careful not to be caught by her. You'll be in trouble then. Yes, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Yi Xian had been in the 5th palace for some time. However, during this time, Yi Xian truly understood how casual the 5th palace was. If you wanted to cultivate, then cultivate. No one would care. If you didn't want to cultivate, then it didn't matter. After master's wife came out of seclusion, those who didn't make any progress would be punished. In the entire 5th palace, from the palace master to the ordinary disciples, the only one they were afraid of was master's wife. However, master's wife cultivated a special cultivation method that allowed her to be in seclusion at all times. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that she was worried about the 5th palace, master's wife wouldn't have come out of seclusion so frequently. However, when their master's wife came out, all of them, including the palace master, were cultivating obediently. However, when their master's wife went into closed-door cultivation, all of them revealed their true colors. It could be said that the fifth palace was truly not a place suitable for cultivation. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this. After all, he didn't come here to cultivate. But to be honest, it was this kind of environment that made Yi Xian feel a strong sense of belonging. Chapter 2182. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hey, Yi Xian, hurry up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you think I'm you? Do you think I'd dare to come out if I didn't complete the task given to me by Master's wife? But I heard that Master's wife is coming out of seclusion. Let's see how you're going to explain yourself. Ah, Mother is coming out of seclusion. Yi Xian, don't scare me. What's the benefit of scaring you? No. But Kong Yue and the others are going to Mo City to play today. I want to go too, who cares? Anyway, I've completed my task. I'm not afraid. At this moment, the person in front of Yi Xian was none other than Wang Tian. During this period, Yi Xian's wife had been paying close attention to this genius disciple. It could be said that she knew very well what kind of place the fifth palace was. Therefore, every time she came out, she would definitely set a cultivation task for Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. With the devouring system in hand, as long as Yi Xian had the resources, leveling up wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yi Xian became the person who leveled up the fastest in the fifth palace. In just half a year, it was difficult for the others to even improve their cultivation, let alone level up. However, Yi Xian had already reached the peak of the intermediate divine realm. Of course, this was mainly because the fifth palace master, the 6 great elders, and the other senior brothers had taken good care of Yi Xian. Wang Tianjun took out another treasure and handed it to Yi Xian. Here you go. Hee, good stuff for refining the body. My dad got me 2. One for you, and the other for me. Well, let's make a deal. You have to tell me when the time comes that I've been cultivating with you every day. I say, senior brother Wang, do you think Master's wife will believe me? I don't care. At worst, I'll cultivate tomorrow. No matter what, we have to go to Mo City today. Come, let's go. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He was indeed preparing to leave for a while. During this period of time, he had been staying in the 5th hall and had not gone to see Fian. He also did not know how Fian was doing recently. Soon, they met up with Kong Yu and the others from the 7th palace and headed to Mo City together. The 7th palace was a branch that was almost entirely made up of female disciples. The rule of the 7th palace was that female disciples were easy to accept, but male disciples, unless they were peerless geniuses, could not even dream of entering. However, in reality, there were very few male disciples who were recognized. This was also the reason why Wang Tianjun liked to run to the 7th palace. Junior brother Yi is also here? That's great. Our Jia Ling has been looking forward to seeing junior brother Wang every day. Yi Xian had become familiar with this group of senior sisters since a long time ago. As for Ling, she was cute, and her cultivation had even attained the high-rank domain enlightened spirit god realm. She could be considered to be extremely formidable. However, it just so happened that she'd taken a liking to Yi Xian as soon as she laid eyes on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's usual way of doing things was to ignore them. This time was no exception as well, and he just smiled lightly. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'm afraid I can't go with all of you this time. I intend to go to a place by myself. Junior brother Yi, where are you going? It was Ling who spoke these words, and her eyes were filled with concern. Oh, the place I'm going to isn't a secret. It's just the Mo City training camp. Everyone knows that I came from the Mo City training camp in the beginning, so I intend to go back and take a look. Is that so? Alright, feel free to go there, junior brother Yi. We'll send you a voice transmission when we return. Yi Xian nodded and directly left by himself. The benefit of being with this group of people was freedom. This group of disciples from the Mo City Pavilion seemed to be carefree all day long because practically all of them were the children of the Mo City Pavilion's elders or even the hall master. There was no pressure to cultivate here at all, and they didn't have the worry of finding resources. Perhaps ordinary disciples would have to risk their lives to obtain treasures, but they only had to ask their parents to obtain them. Yi Xian wasn't on the same side as them, but he could only join them because of Wang Tianjin. QWPM of course, this was also to make it easier to investigate the secrets of the Mo City Pavilion. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one in the inner and outer 9 great halls knew about the first hall. The first hall seemed to be an isolated world. People only knew that everyone there was incomparably powerful. People only knew that as long as one was ambitious, one would want to enter the first hall. But they didn't know what was there. Of course, Yi Xian had set up layers of restrictions in Fian's residence. At the same time, Yi Xian also left enough cultivation resources for Fian. However, Yi Xian still couldn't let it go after such a long time. In other people's eyes, half a year might be just a blink of an eye, but in Yi Xian's eyes, half a year was indeed very long. "Girl, are you there?" Young master, why have you come to my place today? Could it be that something happened?" "Hee, can't I come to see you if there's nothing?" "Oh right, are you used to this place? Young master has given me such a good cultivation environment. How could I not be satisfied? Young master can rest assured. I can cultivate here in peace." "That's good." Yi Xian nodded. He wasn't really worried about anything. After all, once he cultivated, time passed very quickly. Only he, Yi Xian, didn't need to cultivate, so he had nothing to do every day. Suddenly, from Yi Xian's side, a stream of light flew straight to Fian. Whether it was Yi Xian or Fian, there were some differences. However, when he saw the stream of light, Yi Xian was even more puzzled. Wasn't this the spirit god winged spirit that senior brother Wang gave to Yi Xian? One had to know that during this period of time, it wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't studied this thing, but it didn't seem to be of any use. But today, he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to fly to Fian's side. Where did young master get this thing? He didn't expect Fian, who had always been calm, to be so excited when she saw the winged spirit. "This was given to me by a senior brother when I didn't go to the pavilion today." "Why? Does the girl like it?" "If you like it, you can take it." "Really? Then, this little girl thanks young master." Fian didn't refuse, and Yi Xian didn't mind. To be honest, Yi Xian had never understood the use of this winged spirit. Moreover, he didn't want to use the system. Now that he was fated with Fian, Yi Xian wouldn't be stingy. However, the next scene caused Yi Xian to be rather surprised. Fian seemed to have said a few strange words to the winged spirit. The winged spirit instantly turned into a pair of invisible wings and directly merged with Fian. This thing was actually a pair of wings. Yi Xian was greatly surprised. If he hadn't seen Fian, no one would have been able to discover this secret. Whether it was in Wang Tian's hands or in Yi Xian's hands, this winged spirit had always been treated as an ornamental object. Chapter 2183. Of course, the wings were secondary. The key was Fian's strength. She actually broke through to the peak of the heavenly god realm in one go. She directly surpassed Yi Xian. Yi Xian could be considered to have thoroughly experienced what was called opportunity. This was called opportunity. In the fifth palace, he often obtained some treasures, but his cultivation had only just reached the peak of the intermediate heavenly god realm. However, in the blink of an eye, Fian directly advanced to the peak of the upper-level heavenly god realm. This speed of advancement was simply even crazier than Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was still happy for Fian's advancement. After continuing to chat with Fian for a while, Yi Xian received Wang Tianjin's voice transmission. It turned out that Master's wife had come out of seclusion early. She found that Wang Tianjin was not here and was currently angry. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This time, there would be a good show to watch when he went back. Hee, girl, you stay here and cultivate well. I'll go back first. Yes, young master. Fian nodded. Only after sending Yi Xian off did she turn around and go back. Yi Xian and quickly found Wang Tianjin. At this time, Wang Tianjin's face was not looking good. It's over, it's over. Yi Xian, it's over. This time, I'll definitely be punished. Why did mother come out of seclusion early? I'm dead for sure. Senior brother Wang, when you came out, I reminded you. You disloyal fellow, do you really want to see me make a fool of myself? That's right, why don't we just say that I'm here to accompany you and you're here to take a look at Mo Shang's training camp? Senior brother, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that Master's wife still won't let you off. Then what should I do? Yi Xian, junior brother Yi, quickly help me think of a way. Don't look at me. I have no way anyway. Yi Xian shrugged. This action was something he had learned from Wang Tianjin. You're such a boring guy. It's over, it's really over this time. Even if Yi Xian had a solution, he naturally wouldn't help him. This guy had never been willing to focus on cultivation. Although this wasn't a bad thing, the God realm was filled with danger. Let's not talk about the distant future. Let's talk about the Lingbo Lake. Sooner or later, the matter would blow up. If he really encountered danger one day, Wang Tianjin wouldn't be able to survive without any means of defense. Therefore, Yi Xian was actually very supportive of his master's wife controlling Wang Tian. After returning to the fifth palace, as expected, Wang Tianjin was dragged out for the test. But surprisingly, Yi Xian was also dragged out. However, the person who pulled him back was not his master's wife, but his master. Master, where are you taking me? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Usually, this master of his would not bother with such matters. What was going on today? Aya, hurry up. If you're late, you'll be in trouble. Yi Xian had no choice but to run after his master. But when Yi Xian arrived, he found that there were already many disciples there. And it seemed that they were all waiting for him. Yi Xian, I thought you were going to give up this opportunity. Luckily, you arrived on time. Yi Xian's name was quite well known in the Mo Shang Pavilion. Mo Shang Training Camp, first place on the genius ranking. The moment he arrived, the 9 great palaces fought over him. In just half a year, he had risen several levels. It could be said that anything that happened when Yi Xian sat down was shocking. Therefore, even if Yi Xian did not want to be famous, it would be difficult. Greetings, Uncle Master. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. I don't have much confidence in which mystic realm you're going to this time. Now, take out your battlefield teleportation talismans. You must remember that you're going to the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. Although there are countless opportunities there are also countless dangers. Therefore, no matter which one of you is there, once you meet your companions, you must stick together. In the battlefield of the gods, no sect can interfere. Therefore, fighting is inevitable. Do you understand? Battlefield of the gods? What's that? Yi Xian was momentarily unable to react. Fortunately, his master reminded him in time. It turned out that when Yi Xian had just joined the sect, an elder had given him something that seemed like a teleportation talisman, and it was the proof of passage to the battlefield of the gods. After every single battle between the over-gods, it was unavoidable that many treasures would be left behind on the battlefield. So, under the tacit agreement of the over-gods on both sides, such a trial was held. Of course, only those below the domain enlightened spirit god realm could enter, and they would be responsible for everything after they entered. Whether they lived or died, or whether they were able to obtain any fortuitous encounters, all depended on their own luck. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he found out about the situation. The battlefield of the gods, it's actually the battlefield of the gods. Even if he was only at the heavenly god realm and could only enter the outer battlefield, it was absolutely a rare opportunity. Alright, all of you take care of yourselves. The battlefield has been opened, and all of you can enter. Along with these words, all of them crushed their battlefield teleportation talismans. To be honest, these things were very difficult to obtain, and they could only be bestowed by the overgods. Even though there seemed to be over 100 people in possession of these teleportation talismans, there would definitely be hundreds of thousands of people entering if all the organizations from the overgods' worlds were included. However, the battlefield of the overgods was extremely vast, and these hundreds of thousands of people really wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. After the battle ended, it was unavoidable that both sides would send people to clean up the battlefield first. In that case, there would be even fewer things left behind. However, this was the battlefield of the overgods after all, and even the weakest soldier was a peak heavenly god. If they could obtain even a single treasure, it would be a great profit. If they could obtain a ring of cosmos, it would be a great fortune. Yi Xian hadn't even understood what was going on when he was urged to crush his teleportation talisman. The only thing he knew was that once they entered the battlefield of the overgods, they could clean up the battlefield to their heart's content. The way to leave was to find the teleportation portal that they had left behind. Yi Xian knew nothing about anything else. This was an opportunity, but it was also a risk. Every time they entered the battlefield of the overgods, less than a third of the people would return alive. However, all those who returned would advance by leaps and bounds, obtaining great benefits. As a result, this was why no organization would hesitate at all when they received the notice that the battlefield of the overgods had opened. They would all send their most elite disciples over. There was a flash of light, and when Yi Xian returned to his senses, he had already appeared in a strange place. There was no sun in the sky here, but it was extremely bright. There were many fortresses erected here. These were the strongholds left behind during the battle. Chapter 2184. Yi Xian was at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, there was a burst of bright light in the distance. That light pierced through the clouds. It was so dazzling. Treasure. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect to find a treasure as soon as he arrived. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's figure quickly charged forward. What treasure was that? What kind of treasure could emit such a bright light? It must be something extraordinary. Yi Xian was extremely fast. Soon, he rushed into the fortress that was emitting the light. The fortress was huge, and the materials used to build it were not ordinary. However, at this moment, it was extremely dilapidated. There were many broken walls, as if it was describing the cruelty of the battle. There were bloodstains everywhere. This also told Yi Xian that there had been a large-scale battle here. Of course, most of the corpses had been collected by the two parties. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, a powerful force exploded and attacked Yi Xian. Ding! Detected that the host is under a powerful attack. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian did not hesitate and dodged to the side. A huge black beam of light hit the spot where Yi Xian was standing. In an instant, the ground cracked. Who? Yi Xian was furious. Someone had sneakily attacked him. This was unforgivable. You can actually dodge my attack. Human kid, your luck is not bad. A voice sounded. Yi Xian had also locked on to the location. A figure covered in a huge black cloak walked out. He was 3 meters tall and had 6 arms. This meant that he was not human. System, what kind of monster is this? Ding. System checking. Ding. System notification, this person is from the Shura tribe. Host, please be careful. Shura tribe? What kind of tribe is that? Ding. System notification: the Shura tribe is a branch of the demon tribe. The Shura tribe has special divine powers. Host, please be careful. So that was it. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet a foreign god again in the Master God's battlefield? However, what was going on with the Ashura tribe? Could it be a race under the command of another overgod? Yi Xian couldn't be sure. After all, an overgod's world was huge. Yi Xian wouldn't know if there were any foreign races in the overgod's world. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Since this guy had attacked him, he could not be a friend. System, how is his strength? Ding. System notification: this person is a superior grade 5 heavenly god. High level 5 heavenly god. Yi Xian was now a pinnacle mid-level heavenly god, which meant that he was a mid-level 9th level heavenly god. There was only a difference of 5 levels between them. In that case, Yi Xian had the confidence to take him down. Humph, you dare to sneak attack me. Yi Xian looked at the Ashura tribesman. He had already drawn the Godslayer and was ready to fight at any moment. Huh, human brat, sneak attacking you? How did I sneak attack you? I wanted to kill you fair and square. I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave behind your Qian Kun ring and all the treasures on you. Then, you can leave here alive. Second, if you can't bear to part with the treasures, then I'll come and take them myself. What an arrogant tone. Why? Did he think that just because Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than his, he could defeat Yi Xian? Huh, sure. I'll give you another choice. Hand over your shard of godhood and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian said calmly, but his tone was cold. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian had decided to resist, the Ashura tribesman instantly went into battle mode. Each of his 6 hands held a magic treasure. He controlled all 6 magic treasures to attack Yi Xian at the same time. Suppress. Boom. QWPM. A huge mountain suddenly appeared and pressed down on Yi Xian. This was the Ashura tribesman's number 1 magic treasure, mountain suppression. A special mountain peak was sealed in this magic treasure. Once it was used, it could crush the enemy with absolute power. Fortunately, the system had activated its warning system. Hence, Yi Xian had already dodged the attack when Mountain Hill Town launched its attack. Hence, Yi Xian was not hurt. However, as soon as the first attack arrived, the Ashura tribesman's attacks began to come one after another. Slash. Rip. A huge wave of sword chi rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no time to dodge. Fortunately, the sword chi's power was average and the god-slaying sword's defense was enough to block it. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. The magic treasures on this fellow's 6 hands were all extraordinary. The 6 magic treasures took turns to attack, and for a moment, they actually caused Yi Xian to continuously retreat. He could only defend and didn't have the ability to counterattack. Damn it! Yi Xian was shocked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Thousand Beasts Sword Servant. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He summoned the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant. As soon as the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant appeared, it used its ultimate move. Thousand Beasts Attack. God-level mount. Crush him. Boom. 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 God-level mounts appeared one after another. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards the Ashura tribesmen. The earth-shattering aura caused the Ashura clansmen who were caught off guard to be aghast. Human boy, you can summon so many powerful beasts. You must have some special magic treasures on you. However, from today onwards, those magic treasures are mine. Do you think you're the only one who can summon war beasts? I can do it too. Come out, my partner, Ashura. Yiksha. This guy had also summoned his war beasts, but they were not divine beasts. They were Azura and Yiksha. Kid, I'll let you experience the might of the Azura and Yiksha I meticulously refined. Ha! My two little darlings have not eaten fresh human flesh for a very long time. You should be honored to be able to become their food. Only an idiot would be willing to become the food of these two ugly monsters. Yi Xian's brows raised when he heard this. He paid no attention to the Azura tribesmen at all, and he just urged his mount to charge over. In next to no time, his mount had entered into battle with the Azura and Yiksha. However, those two fellows were monsters with 6 hands as well. Moreover, they possessed cultivations at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. For a time, Yi Xian's mount was unable to defeat them. Not to mention that he had the help of the Azura tribesmen. It could be said that having 6 hands was much more advantageous than having 2. However, so what? Suddenly, Yi Xian tossed the God-Slayer over. Wei Zhentian directly took control of the God-Slayer and joined the battle. The God-Slayer was a sword, so it could disregard many Azura tribesmen's attacks. However, with Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, the God-Slayer was able to erupt with extremely formidable combat strength, and the Azura tribesman was utterly unable to defend against it. 2 rays of light shot out at the same time. It was the God-Slayer slash. However, their targets were the Azura and Yiksha. Chapter 2185. To be more precise, it was an instant kill. It wasn't strange for critical strikes to occur. After all, the God-Slayer would naturally erupt with critical strikes when facing a Xenorace expert. However, it was quite rare for both swords to trigger the one-hit kill effect. My Azura. My Yiksha. Damn it. Human kid. I'll kill you. The Azura clansman was simply on the verge of going mad when he saw his 2 combat beasts being killed. With his cultivation, refining domain enlightened spirit god realm Azuras and Yikshas wasn't so easy. Unlike the human race, the Azura clan had a tradition that only their own things could be refined. In other words, he'd gone through great difficulty and danger to refine these 2 Azura and Yiksha, and they were his greatest pride. It was precisely by relying on his ability to surmount his realm of cultivation to refine Azura and Yiksha that he'd obtained the opportunity to enter the high god battlefield. At this moment, how could he not be furious when he saw his greatest pride being killed so easily by Yi Xian? Unfortunately, so what if he was furious? He was completely surrounded by god rank mounts now, and Wei Zhentian was controlling the God-Slayer and preparing to launch a surprise attack at any moment. In such a situation, the Azura clansman was already destined to be defeated. However, Yi Xian didn't have any intention to kill him right away. After all, it was the first time Yi Xian had encountered an Azura clansman, so who knew if he would encounter one in the future. This Azura clansman was clearly slightly careless. So, Yi Xian needed to know more about the Azura clan. Spiritual sense control. Yi Xian directly activated spiritual sense control. This fellow was completely surrounded by god rank mounts now, and he had to fight with all his might. So, he wasn't able to defend himself in time when he was suddenly invaded by divine sense. In merely the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had taken complete control of him. Master. The god rank mounts retreated while the God-Slayer returned to Yi Xian's side. On the other hand, the Azura clansman had already knelt on the ground. Yi Xian didn't take control of this fellow forever. In Yi Xian's opinion, taking control of this fellow forever wouldn't benefit him at all. Alright, tell me everything you know about the Azura tribe. Yi Xian collected all kinds of magic treasures and cosmos rings from the Azura clan member while listening to his narration. As expected, he wasn't someone from Yi Xian's over-god's world. He was from a different race. Yi Xian learned from the Azura tribesmen that there were countless races in the Master God's realm, and the human tribe was the lowest in status. Yi Xian seemed to have understood why he, the Lord God, kept waging war. Damn it, damn it. Suddenly, that guy let out an extremely angry roar. Are you awake now? Then, you can die now. This time, Yi Xian's control lasted less than 2 hours. Although Yi Xian managed to obtain some information during this time, it was still too short. It seemed that the spiritual sense control skill still had some flaws. Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. The god-slaying sword flew out abruptly and killed that person with a single slash. Devouring hand. Yi Xian couldn't devour the body of the Azura tribesman, but Azura and Yiksha could. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. You are now a first-class superior divine god. Previously, Yi Xian had devoured many magic treasures. This time, after devouring the bodies of Azura and Yiksha, he unexpectedly broke through to the intermediate divine god realm. What a pauper. I thought he would give me something good, but there's nothing. Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman's Cosmos ring and felt a little depressed. Most of the items in this guy's Cosmos ring were black stones. Most importantly, they were of no use to Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian's target wasn't this Azura tribesman. After dealing with this person, Yi Xian quickly walked towards the interior of the ruins. Just what kind of treasure was able to emit such a powerful light just now? However, when Yi Xian arrived, he was shocked to find that there was no treasure at all. This was all a scam by the Azura tribesman. He had deliberately used a special method to emit the treasure light in order to attract people here so that he could kill them and steal the treasure. Yi Xian didn't know if this guy's trick had worked before, but this time, he had targeted Yi Xian. Obviously, he had targeted the wrong person. However, although Yi Xian knew that there was no treasure here, the others didn't. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had been attracted by the treasure light. It's here. The treasure must be inside. A group of people rushed over. These guys were quite lucky. At least they weren't like Yi Xian, who had been transported here alone. However, they were also unlucky. They didn't expect to find Yi Xian instead of the treasure they were looking for. Someone's here? Looks like someone got here first. Kid, hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, we can only do it ourselves. All of these people were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian knew that it was useless even if he tried to explain himself. Because in their eyes, they were certain that he had seized the treasure. I know. Let me tell all of you that I've just arrived here and haven't noticed anything. You'll definitely not believe me. However, I'm telling the truth. There really is nothing here. Kid, do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? Hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, you can dream of leaving alive today. Yi Xian shook his head. His god rank mount had entered a period of cooldown, so it was utterly impossible for Yi Xian to deal with so many of them by himself. Looks like I can only retreat for now. I told you that there are no treasures here. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. Megatron. Even though Megatron had become the artifact spirit of the God-Slayer sword, he hadn't lost his original ability. So, Yi Xian directly summoned Megatron and transformed it into a flying sword. QWPM perhaps treasures like flying swords had really fallen behind in the God realm. However, it wasn't impossible to use them in some special environments. For example, it would be inconvenient to utilize large magic treasures like flying boats within the ruins of the fort. Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and he directly leaped onto Megatron and fled at full speed. Pursue him. Damn it. This fellow definitely seized the treasure. Pursue him and the treasure will be ours. When they saw Yi Xian flee directly, they were even more certain that Yi Xian was the person that seized the treasure here. In an instant, numerous rays of light appeared incessantly, and it was those people who were controlling their flying magic treasures to pursue Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they'd underestimated Yi Xian's speed. Yi Xian didn't know how much time had passed, but fortunately, he'd already escaped his pursuers. However, Yi Xian could simply be said to have been in a panic just now, and he hadn't carefully observed where he was heading at all. Chapter 2186. Unknowingly, he had actually charged into the core region of the battlefield. It should be known that in the Master God's battlefield, super experts would fall at any time. Even though the Master God's battlefield was a supreme existence created by two Master Gods, the chaos inside was still unimaginable to ordinary people. In the battlefield of the sovereigns, the most dangerous thing was not the other people fighting for treasures, nor were the traps that could appear at any time. QWPM instead, it was endless negative emotions. Ding. System prompt, please take note. Host, please take note. Host, please leave this place immediately. Otherwise, your mind will be eroded by the endless killing intent, and you may even lose your nature. The system's warning sounded. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he released his divine sense and set up a strong protection around his body. At least this way, he could resist the endless killing intent for a short period of time. In the core zone, endless killing intent and countless remnant thoughts filled the entire space. These were all left behind by the super experts. Madness, bloodshed, brutality, wailing, crying, and other negative emotions filled the core zone of the creator space. From time to time, the echoes of the experts' battles could be heard. What was the echo of battle? Echoes were easy to understand, and the echoes of battle referred to the various powerful attacks unleashed by some super experts during battle. Even after millions of years, there would still be traces of them. Back then, the sword intent in the Lingbo Lake was actually a kind of echo. One could only imagine how terrifying this was. Yi Xian didn't dare to make the slightest movement. He didn't feel it when he rushed in, but now, Yi Xian knew how terrifying this place was. Die. Boom. A bolt of lightning exploded in an instant, shattering even the void. However, this was not real. It was an illusion that possessed great power. Yi Xian clearly knew that it was just a replay of the battle. However, he'd only seen it once and was intimidated by the auras of the two experts. Puchi. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian was seriously injured. So powerful. They were really strong. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the afterimages they left behind were still able to severely injure Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he stayed, he would only be waiting for death. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Yi Xian had to leave this place. On the side of Yi Xian, there was the ruins of a fortress. Clearly, a battle had broken out there. It could be said that the more dangerous a place was, the more dangerous it was. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. If Yi Xian stayed outside, the afterimages of battle that could appear at any time, or even the corrosion of killing intent and negative emotions would be enough to kill him. However, if they went to the fortress, they would have some hope of surviving. This was a test. Either Yi Xian could find a way to survive in the ruins of the fortress, or Yi Xian would be left outside to die. As for which choice to make, it was already very obvious. Between waiting for death and taking a gamble, Yi Xian naturally chose the latter. Ding! Warning! Warning! Please leave this place immediately. Please leave this place immediately. The system kept sending out warnings, but Yi Xian could only smile bitterly. Of course, he wanted to leave, but he could only take one step at a time. First of all, the pressure here made it impossible for Yi Xian to move at full speed. Just the inexplicable echo attacks that appeared from time to time were enough to force Yi Xian to move forward slowly. Boom! A loud sound rang in his ears. Yi Xian didn't need to turn around to know that it was just an afterimage of a battle. However, even if he knew, what could he do? The pressure from the afterimage still injured Yi Xian. Move forward, step by step, constantly moving forward. Yi Xian had no choice. Everything depended on the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was still on Yi Xian's side. Therefore, he successfully entered the ruins of the fortress. Just as Yi Xian had expected, there were more and more afterimages here, and Yi Xian was injured time and time again. Yi Xian was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. There was nothing else he could do. These attacks were not targeted at Yi Xian. These attacks were just afterimages, and they were just afterimages, but they were already enough to make Yi Xian so miserable. One could imagine how powerful these afterimages were left behind by powerful experts. One could also imagine how cruel this battlefield of the sovereigns was. Yi Xian's divine consciousness was attacked time and time again. There were even a few times when it was almost broken through. If his divine consciousness defense was broken through, it was possible that in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian would be corroded by the killing intent here and turn into a walking corpse. As for Yi Xian's body, it was even worse. It was damaged time and time again, and then repaired time and time again with the help of his powerful bloodline. However, before the wounds from the last time could be completely healed, new wounds would arrive. If someone saw Yi Xian's appearance now, they would probably not be able to confirm whether he was a person or not. This was because apart from his silhouette, he did not look like a person at all. This was the battlefield of the sovereigns, a powerful and cruel battlefield of the sovereigns. There's light. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a ray of light in front of him. It seemed to be something like a door. Yi Xian was not in the mood to investigate. He walked in almost instinctively. However, the moment he walked in, he fainted. After an indeterminate amount of time, or at least, Yi Xian did not know how much time had passed. Finally, Yi Xian's body moved slightly. With the help of his powerful bloodline, Yi Xian, who was about to lose all signs of life, finally woke up. However, Yi Xian was still extremely weak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time, he had suffered a great loss. Most importantly, he did not know how to get out of here again. He could not possibly be trapped here forever. Ding! System notification: host has triggered the effect of life and death refinement. Body's recovery ability has temporarily decreased. Ding! System notification: host has suffered a serious injury. Host's cultivation level has temporarily decreased. Host's current cultivation level has dropped to lower rank 1 true god. Another piece of bad news. Then, what other bad news was there? Why not say it all at once? Fortunately, there wasn't any bad news after that. Ding! System notification: host, please take note. Host has entered a special sealed space. Special sealed space? What did that mean? Yi Xian sat up. Currently, Yi Xian was extremely weak. However, the situation around him made him feel strange. At first, Yi Xian did not notice it. However, now, Yi Xian realized that the place he was in was like a water surface. There were stars in the sky. The reflection under the water surface was another starry sky. What was going on? Chapter 2187. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Other than the surface of the lake, there was nothing else. Even Yi Xian was lying on the surface of the lake. Where was this place? Yi Xian stood up and casually walked a few steps. At this moment, he was surrounded by stars. It was a very strange feeling. If not for Yi Xian being able to walk around here, he would have suspected that he had fallen into the stars. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, a huge illusory figure appeared. The figure was so huge that just one eye was enough to make Yi Xian feel like it was comparable to a planet. Even Yi Xian could not see the full extent of the illusory figure. Finally, someone came in. It was only 7 words, but the illusory figure spoke for almost 2 hours. These 7 words had been spoken for 2 hours. One could imagine how Yi Xian felt. "Who are you?" Yi Xian asked. However, he regretted at the moment the words left his mouth because he knew that it would take at least 2 hours for the illusory figure to reply. "Huh, who am I? You actually asked who I am? You came into my space, don't you know who I am? I am Mirror Image Fate." Sure enough, Yi Xian's prediction was right. This time, he waited for half a day. Yi Xian was about to doze off from waiting. Yi Xian was speechless at the way the illusory figure was talking. Yi Xian did not dare to ask any random questions in the following conversation. He had to get to the point. "How can I leave this place?" Yi Xian asked the question he wanted to know the most. "If you want to leave this place, it's very simple. As long as you can walk out, as long as you can subdue me, then you can come out." Wasn't this nonsense? Yi Xian was speechless. If he could walk out, would he still need this guy to tell him? Helpless, Yi Xian could only get up and start investigating. This investigation lasted for 2 whole days. However, they didn't find anything during these 2 days. However, 2 days later, that voice sounded again. "I can give you a hint. As long as you can defeat the 8 guardians inside and outside the realm, you will be able to walk out." After all this time, that guy was just taking a breather. Damn it. While he was taking a breather, Yi Xian had already spent 2 days here. Right now, Yi Xian was basically certain that he was actually in the space of the Mirror Image Fate. This was also why it was so difficult for him to converse with the shadow. Who would have thought that Yi Xian, who had come here to search for treasures, would fall into the treasure space before he could find any? However, without this Mirror Image Fate, Yi Xian would probably be in for a tragedy. QWPM defeating the 8 Great Protectors? Fortunately, the goal was quite clear. This way, Yi Xian would not be too confused. With a target in mind, Yi Xian knew what to do next. In the beginning, Yi Xian had thought that the 8 Great Protectors were the shadow of the artifact spirit of Mirror Image Fate, because a magic treasure could only have one artifact spirit. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally thought that it was the shadow of the artifact spirit. However, when Yi Xian really met the first guardian, he realized that he was the one who had misunderstood. This guardian was a kind of inheritance. If one said that it was a living being, it indeed had the characteristics of a living being. If one said that it was an object, it was indeed an object. Yi Xian did not know what it was at all. And the so-called defeat was not entirely a battle. From the moment he saw the first guardian, Yi Xian already knew. "Little guy, welcome to my world. I don't care who you are, nor can I do anything about it. However, since you can come to Mirror Image Fate, then it is fate between you and me. I was originally one of the 10 great generals under the Master God, but I fell into an enemy's ambush and died here. At the last moment, I used my natal magic treasure to refine Mirror Image Fate. I did so because I did not want this Mirror Image ultimate skill to end in my hands. Little guy, I don't know what your potential is like, so I set up an eternal seal. If you can learn my Mirror Image mystique, then you can leave this place. However, if you can't learn it, you will stay here forever until your divine meridians dry up." The Mirror Image mystique is divided into 7 levels. The first 7 inherited mirror images each have a level of inheritance, and the 8th inherited mirror image is a puppet that I refined. As long as you can defeat it, you can leave this place, and Mirror Image Fate will be gifted to you as well. Work hard, inheritance, Mirror Image mystique. Treasure hunting, treasure hunting. However, Yi Xian did not expect that he would find the treasure in such a way. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian could only choose to cultivate. This was because if he wanted to leave, there was no other way but to learn the Mirror Image mystique. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this moment, in the outside world, Mo Shangji's 5th Hall Master was pleading in despair. Senior brother, wait a little longer. Wait a month. This is the last month. I believe that Yi Xian will be fine. He will definitely be able to come out. Behind the fifth hall master, almost all the disciples of the fifth hall had gathered. Today was the day that the Master God's battlefield would close. 1 year. If Yi Xian had not come out after 1 year, then it was basically certain that he would not be able to come out. The flow of time in the Master God's space was different from the outside world. After all, it was built for battle. Therefore, 1 day in the outside world was 50 days in the Master God's space. In other words, although it had only been a year in the outside world, Yi Xian had been trapped for a full 50 years. In the Master God's world, Jianghu was only a small faction. Naturally, they could only enter the outermost regions. Even if their disciples wanted to enter further, their cultivation was not enough. In the Master God's battlefield, there were countless teleportation portals. This was because every ruined fortress had a teleportation portal. In fact, no disciples had returned in the past half a year. The suggestion to close the teleportation portals had not just been made today. It was because of the fifth hall's insistence that it had been delayed until now. Junior brother, I know that you are worried about your disciple. However, it has already been a year. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out, I'm afraid that he has already met his end. You know that maintaining the teleportation portals requires a large amount of resources. We can't just wait here and do nothing. Senior brother, just 1 month. It's the last month. Furthermore, the fifth hall will provide all the resources. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out after a month, I will not stop you. Sigh, alright. Since you are willing to use your own resources to maintain the teleportation portals, I won't say anything. You are on your own now. Yi Xian had no idea what his cheap master was doing for him outside. At this moment, Yi Xian had already successfully learned the 7th level of the mirror image mystique and was preparing for the final challenge. Chapter 2188. What an impressive mirror image mystique. System, did you see that? This mirror image mystique is too powerful. Yi Xian was very excited. He only knew how powerful this mirror image mystique was after he learned it. Yi Xian did not know what kind of person had invented this mirror image mystique. But he knew that this mystique should not exist in this world. In fact, even the system could not analyze the mystery behind this mystique. According to the system, this mystique could only be created by someone who had a basic understanding of the laws of time and space. It could be said that even a Lord God would not be able to create something like this. So, what kind of mystique was this? Simply put, it was a double copy. Yi Xian could use this mystique to duplicate anything. As long as he had the resources, even if Yi Xian had to duplicate the system, he could do it. As for duplicating anything else, there was no need to even mention it. Of course, duplicating the system was just a fantasy. The amount of resources required would probably not be enough even if the entire realm of the gods was packed up. It was also because the system could only perform a simple analysis that Yi Xian had to spend so much time on it. At this moment, Yi Xian only needed resources. As long as he had the resources, he could duplicate anything he wanted. What a terrifying mystique. It could be said that it was a miraculous mystique. In mirror image fate, he could duplicate anything that Yi Xian wanted. After all, these were all virtual. Therefore, Yi Xian had successfully duplicated everything he had, except for the system, in preparation for the final challenge. Yi Xian could not imagine what the final challenge would be like. But he knew that it would not be simple. Was it finally time for the final challenge? Yi Xian looked at the final figure in front of him with a cold gaze. This battle was the time to verify Yi Xian's achievements during this period. What he gained would depend on this final battle. Congratulations, you've finally reached this step. If you can defeat the shadow in front of you, you can leave this place. If you can't, you should know the consequences. In order to be fair to you, your virtual Qianquan world will have the same resources as that illusory figure's Qianquan rank. Also, all the mirror images that you condense during cultivation will be cancelled. Battle. How you perform will depend on your own performance. Along with this voice, the mirror images that Yi Xian had prepared earlier all disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much time creating these things. However, now that things had come to this, there was no need to care about it anymore. This illusory figure was the same as the previous illusory figure. It was impossible to tell what it looked like, only a silhouette. However, Yi Xian knew very well that this projection wasn't easy to deal with. Boom! Suddenly, the projection took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, a flame divine dragon pounced towards Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian knew that all of this was illusory, that powerful aura and blazing aura still made him feel very uncomfortable. Flame divine dragon. Then, I'll duplicate your flame divine dragon. Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on the flame divine dragon. Meanwhile, the system had already begun its analysis. One by one, the virtual materials disappeared from Yi Xian's virtual Qianquan ring. QWPM moments later, with a wave of Yi Xian's hand, an identical flame divine dragon appeared. The two flame divine dragons collided in the air, and a powerful aura spread out. Yi Xian couldn't help but take a step back. However, this was only the beginning of the battle. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast. A godslayer slowly appeared beside him. However, this wasn't enough. Yi Xian also wanted to mirror Wei Zhentian. This was because only a godslayer with Wei Zhentian would be able to unleash a powerful attack. A moment later, the two identical godslayer swords charged toward the phantom. The projection's reaction wasn't slow. In an instant, layers of defense were raised. However, the power of the godslayer wasn't something that could be blocked by these ordinary shields. Boom! 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 The shields were shattered. The two godslayers pierced through the projection's body at the same time. Was he going to win just like that? Even Yi Xian couldn't believe it. Oh no! Yi Xian's figure moved and instantly disappeared from his original spot. As soon as he disappeared, a terrifying attack came at him. As it turned out, when Yi Xian was mirroring the godslayer and Wei Zhentian, the projection wasn't idle either. It actually mirrored an identical version of itself. The projection was real. However, there was a difference between the primary and secondary. If the projection was destroyed, the primary would not be affected. However, if the primary disappeared, the projection would also disappear. This was a bit like an ordinary duplication mystique. Of course, the duplication mystique wasn't as powerful as the mirror image mystique. The projection possessed 100% of the same abilities as the primary body. Furthermore, it could have its own consciousness. In this way, the projection could be called an enhanced version of duplication. With the help of the system, Yi Xian could even mirror other people's mystiques and so on. Although this projection required Xiaoyao's resources to create. However, even so, it was still incomparably tempting. Yi Xian's reaction wasn't slow. His figure dodged continuously in the air. However, the projection stuck close to Yi Xian, making it difficult for Yi Xian to escape. Fortunately, the two godslayers rushed back in time and started attacking the projection. Only then did Yi Xian break free. Damn it, I'd like to see how you're going to break out of this. This time, Yi Xian was going to mirror the 1,000 Beasts' sword servants. Yi Xian moved quickly. While the two godslayers were delaying the enemy, Yi Xian quickly used his resources to construct the 1,000 Beasts' sword servants. Then, with Yi Xian's command, the 2,000 Beasts' sword servants activated their ultimate move, 1,000 Beasts Advance. 2,000 god-level mounts appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the ones that appeared were only platinum-level god-level mounts. There were close to 100 of them. Terrifying numbers, terrifying power. The super-strong person who created this mirror image fate had never thought that there would be a day when the person who succeeded in inheriting his legacy would be a person 100 times more powerful than him. Yes, he would never have thought that Yi Xian would be so powerful. This power didn't come from Yi Xian's realm. It came from the treasures and skills that Yi Xian possessed. These treasures and skills were simply too powerful. The 2,000 beasts' sword attendants unleashed their ultimate moves and flattened the phantom.